the Social and Economic Research Institute of CGIL Emilia-Romagna. So the biggest trade union in Italy. So we are a union-related research institute. So good morning. So I'm pleased to open the final conference of the Viral project. But before doing that, I would like to thank all the national European stakeholders that have accepted our invitation. And they are here attending our today meeting in presence or remotely. Special thanks to the European Economic and Social Committee for hosting our concluding event, and of course also to the European Commission for supporting the project since the very beginning. And since it's time to say thanks to everybody, I would like also to thank the entire project coordination team, so all the colleagues of the University of Chieti Pescara under the coordination of Fausta Guariello, and all the Viral partners for the cooperation and for the fun we had together also yesterday night, for example. And in particular, I would like to thank those Viral partners who have certainly contributed to the successful achievement of the project results, but do not play an active role today in the meeting just because of some scheduling constraints. So first of all, the University of Urbino and the University of Lodz. So coming to the project, so the project is a 2 years project funded by the European Commission under the Social Dialogue and Industrial Relation budget lines. Should be okay. The streaming is already on. Yes. Sorry. And the acronym VIRAL stands for Variety of Industrial Relations. It's okay.
The presentation should press this.
I'm not using the presentation now. It's okay. Yeah. And so the acronym VIRAL stands for Variety of Industrial Relations in Aviation during lockdown, and it aims at comparing the sectoral industrial relations system in 7 European countries, and more specifically in Italy, Germany, Poland, Spain, France, Ireland, and Denmark. I know that it may sound strange, but the idea of studying, analyzing the air transport value chain, the aviation industry, comes from the observation of a slaughterhouse in Denmark. As a matter of fact, the Viral Project Partnership stems largely from another European project that was focused on the meat value chain. With the meat value chain, that in that project we realized that a small change in the value chain in one country could generate a big radical change also in the value chain, the supply chain of another country. So based on this experience, the Danish partner that also at that time was involved in managing a conflict between Ryanair and the national trade unions, started to think about what could be the impact of moving the means of production and the labor force to a country to another country, so the impact on the entire air transport value chain. So he suggested this idea to the rest of the partnership, and now we are discussing the final results of that first idea. So the project consists in 6 different work packages. while 2 work packages were mainly oriented to cross-cutting activities such as management and dissemination. The other 4 different work packages were designed to analyze industrial relations and the working condition at the sectoral level. From a multidisciplinary perspective, and taking the COVID-19 as a time reference, as like the COVID-19, the pandemic, has a very strong impact on the transnational mobility, and also, of course, on the airline company strategy and employment strategy of all the aviation industry. But although the pandemic has been thought to be just the turning point of the sector-industrial relation, at least within the project, we immediately realized in the development of the project that there are many drivers of change exerting influence on the sector-industrial relations. And for example, the rapid increase of the passenger traffic in the summer 2022 is a clear example of this kind of change. And this, in my view, is a typical challenge of the European project, because like from when the project is conceived, from when the project is realized, 3-4 years can pass, so it's quite normal that there is a shift in the thematic focus of the project itself. So coming back to the structure of the project, the first work package dedicated to the industrial relation and working condition of the aviation industry try to define the occupational and economic dimension of the sector in the different countries, also at the European level, and the impact of COVID-19 on these 2 dimensions. And the basic results of these research activities will be presented by Anna Kinowska of the Warsaw School of Economics. The other 3 work packages are primarily focused on industrial relations and working conditions in the aviation industry, and the extent to which they've been changed during the pandemic. So more specifically, there is one first work package that is mainly oriented, is focused on identifying the structural aspects of the sector-industrial relation and to verify if and to which extent there is the sector-industrial relations are in line with the national industrial relations systems, or do they represent something completely different? And then there is other 2 work packages. The first one that shifts the analysis of the industrial relation and working condition on the post-pandemic period, so what happened after 2020. And exploring the current events of the industrial relations, and it's followed by another work package that is mainly based on the case study methodology, in which each partner was asked to identify some specific industrial relation best practices in its own country. And all these projects have been published on the project website, and you can you can find our website on the viralproject.eu. So if the general overview of the structural aspect of the sector industrial relations will be briefly presented in his introductory contribution by Steen Navbjerg, by Faust of the University of Copenhagen. The presentation of the current events of industrial relation will be the object of the discussion within the 4 different panels in which the final conference is organized. Each panel aims to provide a different perspective from which you can look at the sector industrial relations with the involvement of national and European stakeholders. So the first panel will be chaired by Michael Whittle of the University of Erlangen, and is mainly focused on the actors and strategy of the social partners in the aviation sector. The second panel, that is chaired by Magdalena Nogueira of the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, is more focused on the role of the public actors in the sector of industrial relations. The third panel, that is chaired by Marco Rocca of the University of Strasbourg, deals with the role of the more general role of industrial relations and as a tool of reacting to the challenges posed by the pandemic. And the last panel that will be chaired by Fausta Guariello, that is also the project coordinator, the main coordinator of the project, that will try to explore the role of collective bargaining and social dialogue in a sector, so the air transport sector, that is predominantly led by the company collective bargaining. So the conference will end with a final contribution of Michael Doherty of the Maynooth University, who is asked probably to make the biggest effort in a European project, so to move from the analysis to the identification of the lesson learned for the future. So thank you very much for being here, and now I would like to give the floor to Pierre-Jean Coulon of the European Economic and Social Committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Davide. Thanks to everybody to be here. But why to thank you? You are in your house. This is the house of civil society. This is your house. It is the house of the trade union. It is the house of the companies. It's the house of the university and so on. And if you are here, some of you for the second and the third time, some of you for the first time, I hope, I want you to come again. To come again to disseminate and to share with us what is the truth of Europe building. The truth of Europe building is you. Is everywhere in Europe the work of each one. Here we work also in the field of the whole construction, the whole building of Europe, in different fields. Agriculture, economy, bank, transport, you know a little bit, energy, a lot of work, and I will fly. I will take the plane, it's better for me. I will fly in a few minutes to Stockholm to intervene during the Swedish presidency and intervene in a topic of energy. I used to be the president of the transport, energy and blah blah of the Economic and Social Committee. And I want to give you a few words about what we wrote 1 year ago, in March 2022. It's not coming from my head, it's written. Aviation was one of the sectors most badly affected by the corona crisis. Blah, 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 blah. Aviation plays a pivotal role for trade as well for connection inside Europe and with non-EU countries. Blah, blah, blah. The EU member states are willing to assist all economic sectors in the recovery process. Blah, blah. All stakeholders and the social partners require planning stability. In this context, the retention of quality jobs and appropriate working conditions are key requirements to retain a skilled workforce, without which sustainable competitiveness cannot be secured. The continued recruitment and training of a qualified workforce in the aviation value chain is therefore a prerequisite for ensuring the recovery of European aviation. In the short term, the Commission and the Member States as well should prioritize re-establishing passengers' trust in aviation. The EESC calls on the Commission to seek and maintain a good balance between recovery measures necessary to overcome the corona crisis and the desired adjustment to the financial regulation arising from the European Green Deal. The last but not the least, the EESC seeks reassurance that the social partners who use the social dialogue formula will continue to be involved in the development and implementation of the necessary regulatory measures and reiterates that it is prepared to fully support the Commission to promote the swift recovery of Europe's aviation sector. I'm quite sure today some we wrote, you will give some answer. It's why first I give you the assurance of our support, truly support. Second, please to send us all the resume or the work you will decide today and your conclusion, recommendation, because it is very important for us. Third, unfortunately, I will not work with you today, but during my 2 hours and 10 minutes in the plane, I will be with you. And hopefully you will be with me. Thanks a lot for everything and good work. And in your house, please come again. I will be so happy to speak about these topics another time, and my colleagues as well. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
So thank you very much. Now I think that I will give the floor to the Anna Kinowska of the Warsaw School of Economics for an introduction of the economic situation of the air transport sector in Europe and the different countries covered by, observed by in our project.
Yes. Could you please switch on the presentation? Okay, yes, perfect. Thank you very much. So may I begin? The purpose of my presentation is to provide an economic background to the changes triggered by COVID-19 in the air transport sector in Europe. You can, next, please.
Don't have the slide change.
Yeah. Okay. My short analysis will include a few elements: the changes in passenger numbers, the changes in revenue and profitability, and the structure of operating costs, both full service and low-cost carriers, and the identification of key players on the European market. And for each of them, I will compare the situation before and during the pandemic. Next slide, thank you. Before I move to the analysis, a very short introduction. As you know, the air transport sector... Oh, thank you. It is air transport sector has a very complex structure. It is generally divided into civil and military aviation. In the analysis, I will focus only on the first area. The civil aviation is further subdivided into cargo and passenger transport. And passenger aviation can be divided further into different segments, in particular into full-service carriers, FSCs, and low-cost carriers, LCCs. In retrospect, we can say that the air transport sector was one of the most dynamic sectors in the world economy. Looking back over 70 years, we can see the results of legal liberalization, the regulations, and technological changes, and all of them have resulted in the increased competition and decreased cost. And on the other hand, the sector is very fragile and very vulnerable for economic and political crises. Oh, works. Air transport has been heavily affected by COVID-19, with the reduced number of passengers, decrease in revenues, with high financial losses. So the graphic, which you can see on the slide, of global passenger kilometers perfectly illustrates the nature of the bump in the air transport sector during the COVID-19. In 2020, industry-wide RPKs fell by 66% year by year. During 2020, a total number of 1.5 billion passenger trips took place, compared with 4.5 billion a year before. It is a very significant decrease. How does it look in comparison with the previous crisis? The earlier SARS pandemic of 2003 resulted in decline in passenger kilometers just of 10%. And it took less than 6 months to return to pre-pandemic conditions. You can see here also the recession of 1991 and 2009 and the terrorist attack of 2001. None of these turbulences has affected the industry's performance as strongly and as permanently as the COVID-19. It is worth noting that even 2 years after the beginning of the pandemic, the situation was far from normal. Stop working. Oh. Nothing?
But it froze. It froze. Froze completely.
Yeah, I cannot move.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not working?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Magic touch.
Magic touch, thank you.
Maybe you have to point it somewhere.
Okay, so the decline in passenger numbers due to the COVID-19 crisis has resulted in significant loss in airline connections. As the result of travel restriction, the number of unique city pairs decreased for the first time since global financial crisis in 2009, and in 2020 the number of unique city pairs decreased by 30%. The next graph, I hope you will see, shows the economic performance in the air transport sector in the commercial and cargo sector. It is a very good representation of the industry characteristics. For decades, the high revenues have been accompanied by quite high costs, resulting in very low profits and often sometimes losses. In the long period since 2002, the industry's operating margin was around only 3%, and in 2019, the operating margin worldwide was almost 6% only. The profit per passenger was below $7. So for the industry which operates on very low margins, any change in the environment very strongly affects the results. So the sudden impact of COVID-19 on airlines can be explained by a structural specific of the sector. The structural weaknesses in margins can be explained by, surprisingly for me, quite low natural barriers of entry. There are only two barriers. The only barriers are the availability of slots at airports and, for some international flights, the granting of traffic rights by the states. Apart from them, there are no major barriers to entry, so a new airline can start operations after investing just a few million of euros in aircraft leasing. So the possibility for the new player to enter the market quickly leads to the constant pressure on prices and margins, of course. To keep some market power, established company has no choice but to cut costs or to control hubs and build networks to limit the growth of the new entrants. The next graph shows the generalized cost structure. This is the structure for full service carriers. Please note the large share of the fixed and semi-fixed costs. They account for approximately 50%, half of the costs of operating costs. This comes from the payment of salaries, especially cabin crew, the cost of aircraft rental when not fully owned by the carrier, and the aircraft maintenance and debt service. Expenses of LCC, low-cost carriers, do not differ very drastically. Differences lie in some details, such as cost of rental, resulting from a different form of ownership of the fleet, or the expenses of crew salaries, which, in case of LCCs, are, of course, lower. So the highest variable cost in the sector is fuel. In case of LCCs, the purchase of fuel has even higher share in total expenses. Here you can see the changes in the cost structure after the start of the pandemic. The grounding on the fleet as a result of COVID-19 could result in some savings, especially on fuel purchases, but even standing fleet required maintenance and aircraft lease payment. The sector, the European air travel sector, is highly concentrated. The four largest carriers, as you can see on the left, Ryanair, Lufthansa Group, AIG, and EasyJet, has a total market share as much as almost 60%. Two of the leaders are low-cost carriers, and Ryanair, with 19% of the share, is described even as ultra-low-cost carrier. On the other hand, there were more than 100 carriers with market shares of less than 1%. This is partly due to the tradition that each country has one national flag carrier, usually for service. It is worth highlighting that at the beginning of COVID-19, Ryanair has liquid assets representing almost 50% of its annual revenues. It was the equivalent to 170 days of no activity. Unfortunately, the situation of full-service carriers was much more dramatic. Air France, KLM, for example, was able to survive only 81 days, and Lufthansa only 51 days. So let's look quickly on the numbers of passengers. As you can see here, in 2020, the declines in passengers are massive and affected all carriers, both full service and low cost. The biggest carriers, Ryanair, even before the pandemic, they carried 152 million of passengers, and they had a drop of 60% in traffic in 2020, with only slightly above 50 million of passengers. So during the pandemic, LCCs were gaining the market share in Europe. In 2019, their total share was stood at around 37% and raised to almost 45% a year later. So what is the LCC business model? I don't know. Tam. Okay. So what is the LCC's business model? The great strength of LCC's model lies in the consistency between the structure of the offer in terms of costs and routes and the structure of the demand in terms of customers and revenues. So another important feature is the choice of operating bases. Ryanair in 2020 had over 70 bases across the continent. Wizz Air had over 20. Most of them were in Eastern Europe. So regional airports allow, for example, for reduced taxes and provide great operational flexibility. In terms of customers, LCCs attract mainly leisure and foreign customers who are very price sensitive, but they pay less attention to frequency or schedules. In terms of revenue, the fares are very low. For Ryanair, the average ticket price in 2019 was only 37 euro plus 17 euro in paid option. It makes total of 54 euro. LCCs fly with higher occupancy rates that reach up to 80% of seats, while traditional operators have only 65% of seats occupied. And also other expenses of LCCs, such as loading, sales, distribution fares, administrative costs, are between 50 and even 80% lower than traditional full-service airlines. What more, LCCs have been generating double-digit profit margins for several years. The profit margin was between 12 and 20%, depending on the year, which allowed them to accumulate significant savings. Ryanair, for example, had one of the most robust balance sheets in the sector at the start of the COVID-19, with almost 4 billion euro in cash and low debt, estimated at 69% of equity. In addition, Ryanair has own fleet of more than 400 aircraft. It results in saving on the cost of leasing and being able to sell the fleet if necessary. We can say generally that LCCs have an agile and resilient model that quickly adjusts capacity and destination to changes in demand. So, to conclude. To conclude, I would like to stress that LCCs, that it was likely that LCCs could emerge from the COVID-19 without a major damage, and it had sufficient financial resources to take part in the restructuring of the air transport sector in Europe. Not all European airlines are in the same situation. Former national carriers could survive the crisis mainly thanks to the massive public support. What does this mean for the industrial relation in the sector? Will the air transport sector ever return to normality? And what will this normality looks like? I hope that all these answers will be found during today's conference. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Hanna. Now we give the floor to Stine Navbjerg for the introduction on the general results on industrial relations. I'm going to share your presentation.
Yeah, a little early. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. My name is Sten Naubjerg. I'm from FAIRS, in Employment Relations Research Center at Copenhagen University, and the Danish partner in this project. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is the industrial relations in the air transport sector, especially before the COVID-19. We had a game plan when we were doing the project, which I'm trying to present. Was it like this? Oh, it actually works. So we had kind of three research foci. First, we wanted to look into industrial relations in general for each country, because we had to play ball, so to speak, with industrial relations in aviation towards something else. How does industrial relations in aviation differ from the general picture in each country? So that was the first thing we wanted to do. What kind of different industrial relations systems did we have in the 7 countries? And then we went into looking into the differences and similarities in industrial relations in aviation per se, and also if there was some convergence between the countries. And of course, what is going to be the main topic today in the conference is what happened during and after the COVID-19 lockdown in aviation. Did anything change in industrial relations? So I'm going to focus very much on point 2 here, differences and similarities in IR, industrial relations in aviation pre-COVID-19. First of all, we have to take into account we had quite different countries present here, like we do have in the EU, and we tried, of course, to get some representativeness in this, and I think we succeeded quite well in that. That's one of the reasons we're sitting here with these 7 countries. Another reason, of course, is we're very good friends, and that's why we did that as well. So we looked into the different industrial relations models. I'm not going to go into this discussion in detail, but we could identify different models from coordinated market economies towards liberal market economies, as you can see here. And we also always have a discussion whether we actually belong to the most central coordinated market economies, or where we actually belong, depending on what you look at and what branch you look at as well. So that differs quite a lot. But that is kind of the background carpet we kind of looked into this issue on. So if we look into what happened in aviation from the 1990s and onwards, we saw a strong trend of liberalization. Flag carriers and legacy airlines lost their monopoly in many situations, and new businesses emerged, as Hanna also pointed out. We have the low-cost carriers and the ultra-low-cost carriers emerged, and that was a new business model, which were also based very much on lower wages, different working conditions, and so forth. And that put pressure on the legacy airlines how to cope with that and how to compete with these companies as well. One of the things that also was a main thing to look into here was that the low-cost carriers seem to be less tied to a specific country. Flag carriers are tied very much to a specific country. That's hence the name flag carrier. The flag is on the wings and so forth. Seems not to be the case so much for the low-cost carriers. They also tend to a much higher degree to do forum shopping regarding labor, regarding all kind of services as well. And labor and means of production, which are the planes, are able to move around. It's very flexible. You can move in labor from one country to another country within 1.5 hours by putting them on a plane. The same thing goes for the planes. They don't belong to a certain country necessarily. So the means of production is moved around very easily in these situations as well. Now, we also worked a little bit with 3 industrial relations scenarios, and I have to emphasize these are kind of ideal types, because what also happens is in different branches you have different industrial relations to a certain degree, and that's also why this whole project started, that we had an idea that in aviation industrial relations might actually differ from the industrial relations in each country. So if you first look into the traditional industrial relations, where it's kind of working perfectly, so to speak, is where you have strong social partners with the emphasis on social dialogue. You have branch level agreements, while you can actually negotiate the details locally. You might have branch unions. You could also have one union, one side, but it's pretty strong unions generally able to negotiate with management. Management is often members of employers' organization as well. You have collective bargaining quite widespread. and you have a state support that actually is supporting regulating the industrial relations. It might be the industrial relations are regulated by the collective agreements, but there is a state support kind of giving the framework to do this actually. And very often the companies are inscribed in the national industrial relations. So this is kind of the industrial relations we have on paper that looks very pink and very rosy, and that's the thing we're kind of trying to obtain many times. Some countries it's almost there. And then we have another industrial relations system which we have called industrial relations light, where you might have strong social partners, but often, for example, the employers have a weak connections to employers' organization. You might have company or site agreements more to a higher degree than actually branch agreements or sector agreements. You might have islands of collective bargaining. Collective bargaining is taking place at company level, but may not be coordinated between the companies, which could create some kind of competition between companies about wages and so forth. You also could come in a situation where you have multi-unionism, which means that there are several unions actually able to organize the same kind of employees. So you could also have a certain kind of competition between the unions as well. And you have the nation-state ties, but they are weakening because they are oriented more against the actual company. And that is where the low-cost carriers come in here, right? Because this is kind of the model that they kind of work towards, and that also affects some of the other companies. So you see some of the legacy airlines is kind of forced to get into this kind of industrial relations light to actually provide the ticket prices and so forth that people are asking for, and to be competitive with the low-cost carriers and the ultra-low-cost carriers. The third scenario is what we call the wasteland industrial relations, which is actually operating in a social dialogue vacuum. There's no collective bargaining. Companies might even engage in union bashing. I'm not going to mention any specific company in this connection. There might be individual contracts and false self-employed. And forum shopping could be quite widespread among these companies working here. They can decide which airport they're going to choose to fly into, and it's very interesting for each country to get them to fly in this airport because it creates workplace and so forth. So what is the best deal they can get to, and that put pressure all along the value chain. And that's why we also find this very interesting to think of it as a value chain thing, because the moment airlines is putting pressure on each other and compete to get into different kind of airports are competing as well, and that could affect also ground handling. And again, limited national affinity. Gesundheit. So here we have the ultra low-cost carriers who simply don't want to engage in any kind of collective bargaining or anything like that. So that's a general picture we looked into here, and I have to emphasize that there's not one scenario in one country or anything like that. It's something happening all the time. It's fluctuating, so to speak, right? So we can also see after COVID-19, you're going to see that in one of the panels, in some countries, some branches moved from a bad situation to a better situation because they were in a negotiation position where they could do that. So it's just kind of ideal types, but I think they're quite useful to look into when we look into these issues here. Looking into a few of the findings, so one of the, maybe, at least in my case, I think it was a little bit surprising that union density within aviation is quite high, actually. I think that was a little bit surprising because we have heard a lot about how bad the conditions has been during the last 20 years. So that was a little surprising, but was also was surprising that wages and working conditions have still deteriorated over the last 20 years. So across countries, you also find a patchwork of union affiliation and even inter-union competition, as I pointed out before. And the little puzzle here is how come that you have a very strong union density, but you actually are having deteriorating working conditions and wages. So that's one of the puzzles we are trying to look into. I might promise too much to see we find a finished solution, but let's see during the day. Another finding we also think is quite important is we have to realize there's a division of industrial relations in aviation. We have ground handling crew in many countries are inscribed into the national industrial relations, which would be scenario number 1 I showed just before, while the pilots and cabin crew is often inscribed in scenario 2 or maybe even scenario 3. So along the value chain, there might be differences, but the point again is there might be spillover effects here, right? Employers might get ideas here. Also because there's no sector agreements here, right? We have very often company agreements among the flying personnel, which means competition between the companies is even stronger because of that. But we have a spillover effect from one company to another. We see that again and again. We see even the legacy airlines are making subsidiaries that are much more like low-cost airlines as well, because otherwise they cannot compete. At the same time, they're trying to be part of the national industrial relations system, scenario 1. So it's very mixed feelings some of these companies have, and it also demands from the public that they should have orderly working conditions and wages. So how do they deal with that? So along the value chain, we see these three models exist simultaneously, but one link is always affecting the other link. The moment you change one link in the value chain, you might change other links as well. So we also see a certain convergence in aviation and industrial relations. We see the company agreements are quite widespread within the airlines. We see this multi-unionism we can see in several countries as well. And we can see the conditions again from the airlines is spilling over to the ground handling crew as well. Now, what's happening after COVID-19, that's what we're going to discuss about today, and I'm not going to do that on beforehand, but as I said, concession bargaining has been widespread during the crisis, but companies, we have to remember, has been hit as hard as the workers. Companies have had big problems, as Hannah also showed, economically. I know Ryanair is a special case, but many of the other companies were hit very, very hard as well. So it's very difficult to say that there's a winner in this situation, because the whole branch was hit very, very hard as well, right? Some employers actually saw the benefits in a coordinated market economy because they actually got relief packages. They got money out of this, right? They could actually survive if you were in a coordinated market economy where you got money from the state. I'm not sure how long that is going to last, whether things is going to change after the ramping up of the production. And that's the other thing, the production ramped up very fast, and that's a new situation we have right now, as everybody knows. We knew already last summer, we saw the security lines were very, very long because it took actually longer than expected to train security personnel. And sometimes it also seems that management have underestimated how long it takes to ramp up a production, especially if you have fired people who have skills and knowledge. It's getting, of course, worse the more skill and knowledge that is needed, like air traffic controllers, pilots and stuff like that. But even ground handling people actually have a lot of tacit knowledge that is very valuable for a company. So it takes time to ramp up the production, and we have a labor shortage all over the society right now. So that's some of the issues we're also going to see in all the panels here. So this is a very, very general presentation of some of the findings. I had about 12 minutes, I think, to do that, and we worked on this for 2 years, but I hope it gives some kind of frame for working on here. And thank you for flying with us, and I hope your trip the next 4 hours is going to be very pleasant and interesting and give us some knowledge about the aviation sector. Thank you. Sorry, that's my job here, yeah. Next thing is we have 4 panels now, and the next panel is chaired by Michael Whitall from Erlangen University, and is about actors and strategies of the social partners in the aviation sector. So the floor is yours, Mike.
Well, as chair, I would firstly like to welcome the guests that we've invited to this panel. I had the opportunity to meet Pierre last year at a workshop we organized in Copenhagen successfully, and Pierre is representing the Confederation of Danish Industry today. That's very important, I think. We do have, which is quite nice about this panel, we have representatives from all the different partners, so we have an employer here. So my great pleasure to welcome and thank Daniela Mondanesi for Omas, okay. You know I struggle with the languages, so who I find also quite interesting because when I've spoken to Daniela in recent days, she seems to wear many different hats, and I'm not quite sure which hat you're wearing today, but it's interesting that we have someone who is working on the ground, an employee working in the system, but also working for a trade union, and also has, what is quite interesting here, I think, is a perspective outside of Italy, a transnational perspective. So I welcome your contribution. Unfortunately, certainly for me, the very person I invited and I thought would have made a very interesting contribution would have been Sven Bergerlin from Verdi, who would have told us something about how the things that Steen has just discussed in terms of how deregulation of markets, of the aviation markets, has affected the German industrial relations system. He's unfortunately not here. He did send me an email, though, recommended that I take on his part, so maybe I'll be wearing two hats today as well. But I think what's quite interesting, building on from the nice presentation and the way that Steen captured how industrial relations have changed, or if you like, a framework for understanding industrial relations, this framework of the traditional model, if you like, the industrial relations light and the wasteland model, is the first question which I would like to present to, obviously, Pia and Daniela, and that is, whereabouts does your country, in terms of its industrial relations, where does it fit into this kind of framework? And that is a question about how has, if you like, the deregulation, well, I have to say this, I would imagine the sort of the neoliberal market approach affected the aviation industry since the mid-90s within your countries. And just before I pass the floor over to Pierre, for example, one of the things which surprised me was when I came to look at the German system, I thought automatically that it would fit into that traditional model of industrial relations. But in fact, when you look at the aviation industry, it fits into the light model. So there was an awakening for me and a surprise for me. And on that note, Pierre, I think, can we go to Pierre? Pierre's, yeah. And bring Pierre in. Maybe we can split the screen. Can you hear us, Pierre?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so we pass it over to you, and obviously, just to reiterate what I just said, and that is, if you could say something about how industrial relations has been impacted, if you like, by this very market-driven model since the 1990s, and how actors have responded to that strategies. Obviously, you're seeing it from an employer perspective, but I'm sure you're well informed in what trade unions are doing in Denmark as well, or Scandinavia.
Yeah, that's true. As you said, I'm representing the employers in the Confederation of Danish Industries. The Confederation of Danish Industries is a employer organization representing employers in many branches, not just the airline industry. And in many ways, there are similarities to the airline industry and to the other industry branches in Denmark. But something that is special for us is that we do have a much higher degree of local collective bargaining agreements for especially the airlines. We're representing both airlines, ground services, and airports. And in comparison to the rest of the Danish market, you can certainly see that there are a much higher level of company-level agreements as well in this area. On the ground staff, we do have branch agreements, actually the same agreements that we use in the general industrial companies, but adapted to the special needs of different companies. And I think actually we have had a fairly stable system since the liberalization of the market, actually. At the beginning, we had our big flag carrier SAS had their own collective bargaining agreement, and basically they still have that. But what you can see is that they have branched out into almost low-cost carriers, several different unions representing different SAS or making collective bargaining agreements in different SAS companies. So in some ways, there's been this development in the level of the CBAs in Denmark, going from having, especially in the SAS company, one agreement to several agreements in different companies and with different unions. But you can say there are two parts of it. One thing is the discussions on the CBA level, the actual employment relationships. Even though that we do have company level agreements, there are some significant similarities in the agreement. So even though that they are at a company level and giving the flexibility, seen from our point of view, in having collective bargaining agreements on a company level, there are basic conditions that are, I won't go into our system, but due to the way our system functions, there are similarities in some of the basic features of the collective bargaining agreements, securing you could say, a base level of conditions for the employees. So even though that they are company level, there are similarities on the different CBAs. So there's a very you could say local relationship in the CBAs, but seen on a broader perspective, there is quite a lot of collaboration between the organizations on a more political level, discussing framework both in Denmark and in EU, where we do have, of course, a lot of similar interests, and I think actually also very typical for the way that we work together in Denmark. There is quite a high level of cooperation between the organizations on the more framework part of things. That could also be discussing, for example, training with the government and so forth. And on different levels, I think I would say there is quite a good dialogue in between the organizations.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you in a minute to ask you a couple more questions relating to what you've just said, but I'd like to obviously give Daniela the option now, or the chance to actually say something about what's happening or what has happened within Italy from the perspective, obviously, of the trade union position.
Yes, looking at the works just shown about the different kinds of relationships, I could say that maybe in Italy it's a strong union work, but it's a slightly hybrid, because the state is not forcing, and sometimes we would like that to happen, but it's not. So in fact, with the liberalization, this is the great moment in the 1966-67, is the one that created the whole mess, in my opinion. And then the value chain has been like thrown into pieces. In Italy, to enact the directive, the government made a decree. In this decree, it was really specified that people being moved eventually from a job to another job because of the change of airlines should be protected. But the European Commission didn't want it, so this lasted only for the first year, and then been challenged, so it doesn't work anymore, and there's no real protection. What we always say at the European level that the directive does not have the part on social at all, and this is the real problem. So in Italy we worked so hard to, from the 2000, arriving into 2010, to have a sectoral contract, at least to cover all the aspects of aviation industry. And we finally succeeded, but there's no state in it, so it's only an agreement, and associations of employers must adhere if they want. If they don't want, and they go into an airport and they did not sign the agreement, they can also not apply it, and this works also for airlines. So now we have like 6 parts of the sectorial agreement with handlers on one side that has been introduced by the directive, because before it was only airport work. So this is the big change. And then we have airlines, but Italian Airlines, what is Italian Airlines? Someone will use it. Most of them will have direct CBAs, so it's really weak. And then we have air traffic controllers in it. So we have an idea of a sectoral agreement with all the parts that are a little different depending on their strength. And COVID for sure didn't help, because now it's even more difficult to renew these parts. We renewed everything except the handlers, and we all know why. The air traffic has been hit very hard. Some companies had money from the States, other airlines had money because they took it in another way, and then there's handlers didn't have money from States because mostly they are private handlers. And this means that workers for private handlers are the ones, the last point of the value chain in difficulty.
I'll come back to that and ask you another question. Okay. I have to switch hats now then and say something about Germany and fill in for Sven. I think for me, as a researcher, and having spent quite a lot of time with Sven talking about how, if you like, this neoliberal agenda affected industrial relations in Germany, I pointed out that when I looked at it, I went with a certain understanding of what the German system is. I knew that it had been flexibilized through various different agreements in recent years. There's a deregulation of collective bargaining. But I was surprised at the fact, certainly in the sense of a key infrastructure and airport, there one experiences the worst forms of liberalization. And to explain that, I think we need to consider that if we're looking at ground handling staffs, the model that appears is a kind of a triangle model. There are three key actors involved in actually providing services at airports. The first thing, which is unusual in many respects to some of the countries which are attending this project, is that the airport in the main in Germany is still a public entity. It's still owned by the state. Yeah. So, for example, in my own airport, where I flew from yesterday, Munich, is owned by the city of Munich. It's owned by the state, and it's also owned by Bavaria. But what is quite interesting there, although it's a public entity, the employers involved there seem to be practicing what is quite clearly a deregulated neoliberal market approach. Yeah? And that works as follows. So, for example, in the case of the major hubs, and here we can say Berlin, Hamburg, Düsseldorf, Frankfurt, Munich, these are public-owned companies, but in response to the deregulation of the labor market, we see a situation whereby they have outsourced many of the services in two ways. And here comes a second point of the triangle, if you like. Firstly, by setting up their own subsidiaries, which means that the terms and conditions of employees working for these subsidiaries actually is in the region of 30% worse in terms of salaries compared to people who are still working directly for the airport. But that form of the value chain model even goes in further in terms that they also work together with around about 6 third-party service providers, the likes of WISAG, HAS, which are the two biggest ones in Germany. And what we see here, the further you go down the value chain, the more precarious the terms and conditions are. So we see, for example, in terms of trying to understand and apply the value chain to the ground handling service in Germany, we see differences between 30-35% differences in salaries from the top part of the value chain to the bottom. In terms of working time, we see a difference of 35 hours a week to 45 hours a week. And also we see in terms of holiday entitlements major differences as well. That's the model, yeah? That is, if you like, the industrial relations light model, the situation in Germany. But there is, if you like, a silver lining, and I can probably say, if I have enough time towards the end, I've just heard that the person who is going to round up at the end will not be attending, so we'll have more time maybe to discuss that. But what I'd like now to ask another question, and I was quite taken with, for example, the commissioners, or the representative from the commission here, made a couple of interesting observations, and one of them was, he said, we need to consider ways how we can re-establish trust on the part of passengers. And my question would be, how can, in Denmark, for example, the employees and the trade unions, and also in Italy, What can employers or social partners, what do they have to undertake to actually re-establish the trust of employees? Because one of the things that we've realized through COVID is that it's been a massive exodus in terms of people within the aviation industry. And certainly in Germany, in the ground handling staff, we have not recovered from that. So I think that's an important question and is integral to this project in terms of laying bare, if you like, some of the worst aspects of the European project, I feel. So I'm interested into seeing, from your perspective, what measures have to be undertaken so that people will reconsidering returning to the aviation industry as an employer. Yeah. Daniela, we can start with you. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, I would like to answer to this question more like a European way, because I think the first thing that has to be done is give money, raise wages, because all handlers around or working in handlers are really struggling, and not only them. We can see also people working in airlines. This is the first thing, and also terms and conditions. So we are seeing, and we saw last year in Amsterdam what happened. They did not have enough workforce, and it was like queuing for 3 and 4 hours, a lot of mess in the airport. So how to make this work attractive again? It has been, after deregulation, after this liberalization, it has been worse and worse. So I think this is the first thing we should do. And also, we all have to, it's something else, but we all have to keep in mind that we all went through COVID. So people are more afraid. They stayed home for a while. They don't want to be with all these passengers going back and forth. Passengers are more nervous. We like to say that when someone gets into the airport, as soon as you step inside, you leave your brain home, and because you have to fly into the tube in the air, so you are you have more anxiety, and it could be bad. So I think, first thing would be that. So go into the social and also material things, because people to come back to the industry need to think that it's a good job. When I went inside the job, and also for years, people liked to be there, and now people don't like it anymore, and they just go to other chains. Also, people moving goods, they prefer to go in other sectors where they are paid more, and maybe they don't have shift work or less shift work.
Can you hear me?
Is it me you are addressing?
Yes.
Now,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can. I mean, the question is, just to put the question again, there was a comment made earlier that we need to, as an industry, and as the Commission itself needs to consider how we can win the trust, if you like, or win back the trust of passengers. And obviously, we are faced with a very tight labour market across Europe at the moment. And one of the impacts of COVID is that tight labour market has been more exacerbated, certainly within the aviation industry. And my interesting would be, what has to happen to actually encourage people to return to the industry? In the 1970s, being a steward or a stewardess had a particular flair about it, and one was proud to say that I worked for Pan Am. That's not necessarily the case anymore.
No, not necessarily. But definitely, as we said, the ramp-up has been quite difficult, and also surprisingly difficult, I think, even. So there's definitely a need to do something to be attractive, to attract employees. Firstly, discussing the issue on trust, I think that you have to, if you see it in an industrial relations view, I think actually that during the COVID-19 period, for example, there's been quite a lot of good cooperation between unions and employers, companies. So at that level, I think there is an okay relationship to build on. But on the question on how to attract employees to the industry, I'm not quite sure that wages is just the only solution. Actually, if you look at the Danish market and looking at for example, something like ground handling, they are actually at a higher pay level generally than normal industry workers, for example. So it's not necessarily only a question of adjusting wages. I think the period that we've been through with a lot of uncertainty in all businesses, but especially in this business, I think is something that is also clearly seen in recruiting new personnel. But basically, I see it from the point of view that we do have a lack of shortage of the workforce in all industries, and there's a need to have proper and good working conditions also in the airline industry. I'm not sure that's basically the only problem we do have. I think it's also a matter of adjusting to the conditions that we are working in. My colleague from Italy mentioned that things like shift work doesn't work. It's not something that is attractive for the workers. But basically, we do have to find the balance of having to actually be able to produce the product that we are producing in the airline industry, and finding a balance where we can make conditions that are attractive for that kind of work that we do have. And I think that seen from our point of view, we are working quite good in getting closer to finding the balance between the kind of work we do and the skills that are needed for doing it, and the conditions that we are offering. But I think that's one we talked about ground services. But for example, in the airlines, it's clearly that there has to be also a transfer of the way of looking at this from being flag carriers, where you have your whole career, typically in Denmark at least, the whole career in the company, and having the needs you have. If you have your whole career in one company, perhaps we have to look at the conditions and for the companies as well, and see to adjust the salaries, the CBAs, to a situation where we have a higher fluctuations of employees in the companies.
I mean, I'll just stick with you there, because I'd like to, obviously, in the case of Daniela, I followed up with a question. So I was quite interested in your presentation, and it reflects very much what Steen has relayed to me in the last couple of years about the Danish model, and quite clearly compared to the German model. The process of deregulation and the instability which has been caused by that, and the effects on trade unions, not in terms of membership actually, because membership is still very high within ground handling, but also in cabin crew and so on. But certainly in terms of terms and conditions, we've seen a race to the bottom, as we often say. But what's interesting for me is the anomaly, and that was quite interesting from Hannah's perspective. If we look at this business model in Germany, and we compare Lufthansa and SAS and consider the position they're in, Lufthansa at this present moment in time is talking about taking over the Italian airline. It's actually taken on board a lot of those ideas and models which have been put forward by Ryanair, and is very successful. SAS, I know, is in a somewhat precarious position in terms of its status and its future. Is there a way of actually ensuring the long-term success of SAS and still retaining, if you like, that traditional Danish model, or will the Danish situation also require the use of wet and dry leasing practices that Lufthansa uses? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I mean...
Yeah. Well, there's no questions about it. It already happened. SAS is also using wet lease, has also established subsidiaries to different parts of the market. And that was basically what I also said before. I think we need to realize that, as in all other industries, we do to some extent have to adjust the business models to the market. And also, as a Danish company, if you want to have a long life, you need to adjust to the market where there is a competition from operators in other countries. As a framework, basically, I don't see much different from our companies in manufacturing industry that also has to adjust in order to be competitive on a global market. And it's the same thing in the airline industry, basically. But I think that can be done in a way where the conditions are still at par with what we expect in a Danish labor market, but not necessarily at the same level as has been going 30 years back.
How do you retain people or win new employees if you actually keep to that kind of model you're suggesting?
Well, basically, the competitiveness of a company is both the competitiveness towards other companies, but also in the labor market. We need to have conditions that are at par, as I said, with the Danish labor market in order to get people to work for the company. So there is definitely a level that we can't and won't go beneath.
Okay. Daniela, I mean, turning to you now, and talking about the issue of how to retain employees, but also in terms of how to win new employees or encourage people to return to the industry. I know that you're involved in or have been involved in quite an interesting development, which is very close to employees, and that is how passengers act within airports. And you had that nice term that when passengers enter the airport, they leave their brains behind. And I think all of us have seen in recent months fights on 10,000 feet in the air where people are fighting, which is somewhat scary. But this seems to be an issue which is very dear to employees, but also something that employers are signing up to and are addressing. I, for example, I think last year, I ended up at Gatwick and went through security, and together with about 500 people, was told that EasyJet had cancelled all its flights in the last half an hour, and we were all in one room. And I just said to the people, I think this is the moment when the revolution starts. Everybody laughed. But what was interesting there was I felt very sorry for the people who were responsible for these 500 people, and there was not a manager there. They were left to actually try and solve this problem. But you have an interesting, I think, quite an encouraging story to tell about how to deal with rowdy, aggressive passengers.
Yes, and during this project we developed it even more. The interesting thing, I think, is that it really is social dialogue at all levels, tripartite social dialogue, but still in many countries, but also in my country, it's not seen as something to deal with, really. So we're pushing. We started in the airport I work in, and also connected is also Marco Verga, the HR of Bologna Airport. We started fighting because unions normally do this. They raise like demonstration strikes to highlight the issue, not really with the airport, but more with the institutions. Because when you deal with unruly passengers, when there's aggressions, then you need to have also institutions inside. It's no airport can do anything alone. So we, at least after a little while, we worked on this, and now we have something that does not solve the problem, but helps people feel more confident. They can, if there's an issue, there's a number you can call. It's all day long, and someone will come. Someone from police force will be alerted, and they must come. So, colleagues, if you know that frontline workers are mostly women, many of them are very young, and also or very old. So people can try to use their violent messages towards women much easier than against men. It's easy, like psychologically, to do something when you have a woman in front. And this way, they feel better because they have someone coming, and it's not that they're hysterical and nobody will come. I'm trying to do this everywhere. I'm talking about it everywhere, because if you look when you're in airports, also in Dublin, in other places, there's always some kind of sign talking about, be nice to people. It could be, in some states, it could be a public offense, not in Italy. But we tried with the airport to put on signs that were also strong signs on the monitor with a man in cuffs, red dressed. It's really impact. And it impacted very strongly normal passengers, the ones that do not act violently. They liked to see this because nobody likes to fly, as you said, on a flight where two people start arguing because the seat is reclined too much or because the bag has been moved, and we see this every day. We have to cope with this, and we have to do more and more training to people working, because we were not used to this. And in my opinion, the low-cost model helped a lot. Because before you used to buy a ticket and you had your seat, you had your luggage, everything, it was all included. Then with low-cost model, you pay €10, but then you have to pay other 20 to get a seat, and then maybe other 20 to get a bag. You don't do it. You should be fully digital, but many are not yet fully digital. So you have many issues at check-in and gate, and then if someone goes on, they will have the same problem on board. But on board, it will be a safety issue. So I think the whole industry has to work on this. I'm still wondering why many don't think about it. And in Bologna, we just signed a protocol with the municipality, and we're working on this and trying to, disseminate our experience.
I'm very conscious as well that you're the chairperson of ground handling staff for the European Transport Federation. Is that an issue that you're addressing there?
As a ground staff committee chair, I'm addressing this with all countries. We have unionists from all countries. So we are all trying to first mapping what we have, finding if there are best practices, and trying to stimulate also other people that don't think about it. Here, we're many women, so it's really good, but you also have to think that in places where there are not so many women, men don't think it's an issue, normally, so also trade union men don't think it's an issue. So we have to work on many aspects.
So, Pierre, are you still there? Hi. Are you still there? You're still there. Okay.
I'm still here.
We've still got 20 minutes to fill, so I'm going to be switching backwards and forwards to you, okay? One of the things which seems to have come out of the COVID experience, and there's something building on what Daniela just said, is that the COVID experience seems to have brought to the fore all the worst parts of air travel in recent years, either in terms of people just walking away from the industry because even when they were on short-term working, if they were earning less than the minimum wage or just earning around the minimum wage, their families couldn't survive from that. So people walked in thousands. They took to they used their feet to walk away from it. And it seems to be that that's awakened, if you like, both the employers, but also strengthened the hand of trade unions here in trying to negotiate better terms and conditions. My question is, though, how can we actually improve people's terms and conditions and still give passengers a service, and the service obviously is a cheap ticket? I mean, how does that? How can we round, if you like, that problem that we have, this anomaly that obviously we want to offer people better terms and conditions, which will encourage people to return to the industry, but at the same time, the key aspect of the European Commission's policy is greater cohesion through mobility. People flying to different countries, spending different times with different people. Is there a model out there which we haven't discovered yet, or ultimately will someone have to pay the price for Ryanair's €54 ticket?
Yeah, it's a good question. Not an easy one to answer. I'm not quite sure actually how to do that, but I think that to some extent this is what we see basically, that things are being altered in order to get close to that point, and that's both a discussion of the conditions of the workers that you mentioned, that there's been at least a decline in the compensation in many companies. It's also a matter of using the possibilities of new technology and see what you can do to lift off cost, not necessarily only on wages and employment, but also in other areas. But basically, there is a limit on many of the costs in Denmark that you basically have, as if you need to and you have to attract people, then there's a limit you can't go beneath. I think when we have seen a lot of people going out of this business in Denmark, it's been a matter of good opportunities also during actually the COVID-19 pandemic, a good possibility of going into other industries who also had good conditions. I just have to return to my remarks from before. Seen from a Danish point of view, I don't think necessarily it's a matter of, when we talk ground staff at least, it's not a matter of conditions that will get people to look for other jobs. It's a matter of the whole package of conditions, of working conditions, of working hours, and so forth. So I think we have to look at all the issues in order to be able to have sustainable businesses. And I think also, again, as I mentioned, I don't see a way where we can go back to the good old days in flag carriers with a high level of salary for jobs that in some instances are not necessarily jobs that demands high level of training. I think there has to be an adjustment to that, probably the adjustment that we have already seen.
So, yes, Daniela. Oh.
Going back to, okay, we cannot go back to the good old days, that's for sure, we all know. But we have to think that we still have a lot of people with bogus self-employment, and this is not good. So someone has to pay for it. Maybe it will be the passengers with a rise in tickets. I will invite you to have a look on newspapers about the policy this summer of some low cost like Ryanair. The prices are not 20 euro for the summer because there's a lot of people wanting to fly, and so big demand, and it goes up. So I think that in this, where we are now in the European Economic and Social Committee, what we have to say is really that we have to raise conditions, not only wages, right, but not every condition and leave wages out. So better working conditions. Probably tickets will not go back as they were before, too expensive, but maybe a little more expensive they should be, because someone is working on that. And also, if we look at the sustainability of aviation sector, now they're talking about short haul should not be there. There's a whole discussion on how to limit some of the flights. Well, it's something we have to do in looking for many aspects, not only one. It's not, okay, you pay more and then everything is set. It's complex. And I think this is where we have to work all together.
I'd like to use the last few minutes to open the discussion up to people who have any questions or observations which they'd like to make. Someone's already indicated to me that they would like to make a contribution. So, Herman Carpenter, could introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Herman Carpenter. I'm an ex-airline employee, 30 years experience with airlines known as Sabina Airlines and Brussels Airlines. But now I'm working for the association, the European Network Airlines Association, which regroups the larger groups in Europe like SAS also, Lufthansa, Air France, KLM, and of course all the member airlines of these groups. We also have Croatian Airlines, TAP, and Aegean is also working with us. Yeah, these topics are. I'm also chairing the Social Dialogue Committee for Aviation this year. We'll have our plenary meeting at the end of the year on 26th of October. And we had yesterday a meeting on aircrew, the subgroup on aircrew, and all these subjects come back of what I'm hearing now. So this is to bring it more on a European level and see what we can do with the Commission and the lawmakers to improve situations, but also to keep at that level a dialogue between employers and employees. Our association is more concerned with, at the base, with a level playing field. You talked about how these new business models influence our business models now of earlier, of decades ago. There is, of course, some influence, but we are for competition. That's what we live from and live with, and there's nothing wrong with competition. But when it's done in the wrong way, we are not agreeing. And on social, there are issues that have been mentioned here, like bogus self-employment, and also working conditions that are not correct. So, and this creates a level playing field issue between the airlines. And there's, of course, pressure. I've heard that before. There is, of course, pressure to change the business models of the legacy airlines as well. We cannot stay forever as we were. I mean, change is the only constant thing in life, right? So every day things are changing. But we want to change it for the better, and we want to remain a sustainable industry, and that's important. Now, to come back on the COVID crisis, yes, it's been a very tremendously difficult crisis. And aviation, first of all, is already an industry that's a bit more in the spotlight than other industries. So as soon as there's an issue, we were in the prime time news, right? So that's a difference. Secondly, we have been hit immediately. I mean, in a matter of days, the planes were grounded. So that is enormous. And I can tell you an airline that is grounded for a few days loses its full portfolio of customers. And that's very dangerous for the industry. We were lucky that we have been able to talk to the governments and that we got the support. It's true that in some other activity areas of the, like in ground handling, it has not been as easy, and there's not been that much, let's say, pushing, I guess, to the governments to help out. That created, of course, the companies went empty, the staff went away, either were laid off or just left. What is, I think, the main reason for the fact that it's difficult to ramp up is that, first of all, it was a serious crisis after so many other crises in the industry, as a result, certainly also of deregulation. But secondly, it's because the whole spectrum of work has changed. With COVID, in most industries where possible, people started to work from home. You cannot do that at the airport. You cannot, lift your luggage or load baggages from home. And many other industries, on top of that, have changed their ways of working. And they also, let's say, the economic situation was not that bad, and there was a lot of demand for work. So obviously a lot of people that have been laid off or have left the industry have found better conditions in other industries, and there was work available. Now, to get them back will take effort, and it works to some extent. I think in aircrew, the question is a little bit less predominant than it is more on ground handling or in others, maybe airport security. But I think it's what the colleague said from Denmark is it's a full package we have to review. Just an example, and I always give, here at Brussels Airport, it's very difficult to get to your job at 3 o'clock in the morning. There's no public transportation. There's nothing for that. So it's a chain of things that needs to work, and they may be very proud of being, and that's good to have these cycling motorways or cycling highways, but at 3 o'clock at night at -5 degrees, that's not the best solution. So it's a whole complex thing, as Daniela says, and it's a full package that needs to be there. And we also have to be very honest. The industry has maybe looks like a very high technological industry, but many parts of them have not changed that much. And so you still need the courage and I think of baggage loaders, for instance. The baggage is still loaded almost the same way as 40 years ago, 50 years ago. It just takes, strong men or women to do that. And so we are working all these topics in the social dialogue with our partners, ETF, ECA, and others. And we hope that in our small contribution can help also make this go forward. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to make a contribution or have a say? Hi, Tom. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good. So Tom Lawson, air traffic controller, retired during COVID. with a golden handshake. So don't feel sorry for me at all. I can pay tonight, no problem. Now, so this is my, depending on how you calculate them, but it is my third or fourth crisis in the aviation industry. I've been an air traffic controller since 1986, and so I've seen a little bit of everything. So right now it seems to me that we are building on the old model that the traffic will continue to be there. So we are building jobs again, we are building up, and we hope that the money will be there tomorrow still, or even the day after tomorrow. But my question is, and maybe somebody has an answer, or I have an idea, but so if, let's say, a crisis come again next year, so what do? Have we at all thought about that yet, or are we just happy that the passengers are back, or what thoughts do we have there? Because this cycle of constant crisis, I put it like that because I have been in all the cycles, and every time it doesn't really matter whether it's COVID, that is 10 times bigger than the SARS crisis, for example, or the 9/11 or whatever. The reaction is the same. We stop training people, we stop recruiting, we stop all the things that we are not supposed to do because we know that we need them a little bit later again. So my question is that have we started to think about what to do when the next crisis comes? Because it will come, whether it's coming in 6 months or in 4 years, or we are lucky that this time it takes 12 years or whatever. So have we started to think about that? Because it's nice that we are happy that the passengers are back, but I just don't see the signs, and the industry is not very good at that. But maybe somebody have seen something where we started to think about how to deal with this next time there is a crisis. It's a question for the room. I fear that we haven't, but so we will be in the same problems again next time.
Good morning. My name is Anna Garwolinska, and I'm the 30 years specialist of the crisis communication, and I covered the crisis in Poland from the air controller. But to answer your question, from my 30 years experience in very different, very different places and very different industry, we can think about procedure of the crisis, but on the end, it's a matter of the human resources and the people which are in the charge, and how flexible and how really deeply are involved. They are involved in the job. Nothing else, and nothing else happened, and nothing else helped in the right now crisis, like the war next our border, like COVID or other points. That's all. Thank you. This is I don't have to share. Good morning, everyone. Aline Hoffmann, European Trade Union Institute. Thank you very much for this input. I'm sorry that I can't stay the whole day because I have another meeting, but I do have a question that links to this panel and the one after it that I'll be missing, and it's about short-time work or job retention schemes. I think is a more general term that is used to describe those systems that would enable, exactly as you're saying, to keep people on board and to buffer it. I wasn't aware that the ground service staff had not made use of short-time working schemes. And I think in a European context, it's important to note that in the COVID crisis, every member state of the EU introduced this kind of a job retention scheme, having learned from the last crisis where only some countries had it to see that it works. So it's a really important aspect of the public sector, the government, the state, helping to solve a problem. It also foresees an important role for the social partners, because all the detailed questions about who gets how much money, who has access to it, for how long, under what conditions, all of those things are in the end negotiated by the social partners at the local level with the state support. So my question is, building on your question as well, is this recognized within the airline industry or aviation industry as an important tool for the future? Is it something that again, we saw it being introduced, we saw strong EU support for it. Is that not part of the automatic toolbox, or not automatic, is that not part of the toolbox of how to confront indeed the next crisis, especially since this sector is showing very, very clearly what a huge knock-on effect it has when you don't have the people back at work when you need them?
Firstly, I always forget this. Maybe I could conclude by actually trying to answer in a direct way, I think, those questions. And it's a shame that Sven Bergelein is not here today, or Bergelin is not here today, because he would have come with quite an optimistic view in ways that the industry in Germany for ground handling staff has changed in recent years. And I think what COVID showed, that there is a bottom, that the neoliberal market, if you like, hits a bottom and it can't go any further. And employers, certainly in Germany, have realized this. So we are in a situation whereby, although we have a situation since 2000, through the deregulation of ground handling services, whereby we have in the region of something 30 to 40 different collective agreements. We have a bizarre situation that you go to one airport and you would have a part of the workforce offering ground handling services which would be covered by the public sector agreement. But then you would have another situation where you might have a company agreement. That means people working for WIZAG might have a company agreement at Munich Airport, and that covers Berlin, Düsseldorf, and so forth. And then you might have a site agreement. The complexity just blows one away, and it shows you, if you like, the very opposite of how, after the post-World War, the German system of industrial relations was set up. But we are in a situation today whereby, through the founding of an employers' association for ground handling services, that means for third-party ground handling services, which was a major breakthrough that the unions were able to achieve in 2018, together with the fact that the public sector, and here even the current Chancellor, Mr. Scholz, has supported this position, where by the end of this year, I think we will see for the first time in ground handling services a collective agreement, which will be a branch-level collective agreement, so Flächentarifvertrag, and that will be something which should be welcomed. But I also think it indicates, certainly in terms of the German experience, the positive aspect is that you can go so far, but you can't go any further, else people will turn away from the industry en masse, and that's why they're doing it. Employers are not suddenly seeing the errors of their ways, but they're seeing that they can't retain people or can't win people back for the industry. And hence, people within the ground handling services now, through current agreements which have just been signed, earn around about €15 per hour at the bottom end. We don't have a branch agreement, but that is €3 more than the actual minimum wage in Germany. So there is progress there. And on that issue, thank you for listening. Pierre, thank you for attending. It would have been nice to see you, but obviously you're a busy man. And hopefully next time in Copenhagen we can meet. And Daniela, thank you also for your excellent contributions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, now we have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we will be back like for the second panel at 11:45. Thank you very much. Allo? Mi è sempre piaciuto farlo. Hello, so we can start the second panel that will be chaired by Magdalena Nogueira of the University Autónoma de Madrid, and so I give the floor to Magdalena. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning everyone. We are now in panel 2, the role of public actors in industrial relations in the air transport sector. And we have 3 important people that can be really interesting, like the panel before. That is Pier Paolo Settembri. He is the Director General is the head of the unit at European Commission in the DG Mobility and Transport. We have also Marco Vera. Marco Vera is online, and he is the Direttore di Sviluppo Persone e Organizzazione, che è un direttore di Human Resources and Organization in Marconi Airport in Bologna. And also we have online from Dublin Airport Authority, he's the Group Head of Employee Relations, Brendan O'Hanlon. And also we have Nerea Cañas from Spain, that she is the relations, is a aeronautical lawyer, but well, she is one of the persons that I know that knows the most about the law in this sector, in the aeronautical sector. So, no, and even is super gentle, so really. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Well, she works as a lawyer in the CEPLA, that is the trade union organization of pilots. So we can start with I'm going to put some slides and a presentation, and I'm going to stop to make some questions to all the people that is in the panel, but also open if you want to say something. The public actors was named. May I go? So the idea is to make a brief about what we searched before, and a little conclusions, and then to put on the table some questions or some doubts. That it's an opportunity to have you here, so you can help us to solve doubts, and even to put more doubts on the table to solve in the future. So let's see if we find the...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. And do I need something to move? Or with my head? Can you open the... thank you very much. So we are going to start in the situation pre-COVID, and how does it change? No? The pre-COVID means that aviation was considered for all the state members as a vital infrastructure. So that means, because we are in the panel of public actors, so one thing I would like to specify first is when we choose the name, is because we would like to have in mind not only the states, member states, but only the European level, and also the regional one. So we are talking about also the public actors in Marconi that are local administration. No? Before the COVID was a protected market, so the intervention of the states or the administration is really strong because aviation is considered as a vital infrastructure of a country, especially in countries like Ireland, that is an island, so it's double importance in the way they live. No? So in general, the states have been quite reluctant to privatize such an important infrastructure. So the state, this is public and this is going to be public. No? But even in the Convention of International Civil Aviation, in the Chicago Convention, it is said that it's the business of national freedom. So everyone can deal in the way they think is the best for the country. So, but there's a moment after 1987 when the liberalization starts, and then in the other panel they were talking about this, and the liberalization means that other airlines can access to routes that they hadn't before. So before we had only legacy airlines or carriers, and then appears all that we know, like Ryanair, that took a lot of routes, and it was a new era, is the era we have now. No? So with the liberalization also starts the privatization. So flag carriers were at the beginning totally or partially belonged to the state, and now they started a private process. So nowadays, we have only, in the countries we have seen, we have only one own state company, airline company, that is the Polish one. But the rest can be like a public-private owners, like in Denmark or France, and mainly the majority of the countries we have a private one, so we don't have a flag airline. But when we were talking about air transport, we make a difference between the airlines and the airports and control, air traffic control, because really the airlines have suffered a big private liberalization process, but not so much the others, especially the airports belongs to the state and the air control, but we will see later how this can change or how is this going, no? But for the moment, they are considered more as the initial idea of important structure, no? So how the COVID hits the air transport sector, I'm not going to say because Hannah did it marvelous. So, but what does it mean in the public actors panel? No, that means that the states. So we have like a up, down, and up. Suddenly, the state disappeared before COVID, and now the state is the main actor, even if after the social dialogue path the aids or decide how to distribute the things, but they are claiming the state saying help us. So I must say that the COVID, Tom was telling us that he suffered a lot of crisis, but in terms of crisis, when you compare with other crises, this is one of the biggest we have had in the air transport sector. So immediately the IATA calls to states to relax the government, the rules governing the sector. So especially the slots, because suddenly all the flights were the ghost flights to conserve the slots and everything. So they say we are nuts. We have to stop and we have to make this more rational. No, so also the EU make an immediately intervention, public actor, also in this level, to put measures or to offer measures about health and air regulation. So suddenly we have again at the beginning a strong role of the state. So even if Poland and France are the strongest before the COVID, they are strongest after the COVID, but also in systems like Denmark, like Ireland, like others, that they have support from the state. We will see after in what meaning, because Ireland was in the part of the wages, not aids in the sense of state aids that we know against competition. So we have, I will say that we have three fields of state intervention. So the first one is health intervention. The second one is the intervention that is, the target is to regulate the market, labor market. And the third is the economic or financial intervention, to put money inside the airlines mainly. So the first one is the health intervention. In the health intervention, in that moment, in the moment of the COVID, we had two things, important things. The repatriation, so the airports are open because of this, so this is the only thing they are doing, and suddenly the cargo for the medical equipment and suppliers, no? So this intervention that is in health, I will add to this slide one thing that was on the first panel, about the what we call also psychosocial risk in terms of health of the workers, that we can put also here and we can talk. I'm going to explain the three fields, and after I will put some questions on the table that you can offer your perspective. The second one is the labor market intervention. That means, I don't want to overlap with other panels, but mainly is to maintain the employment, to give support with unemployment money or schemes of unemployment. So mainly this is the way where the states appears more. So we see more in the terms of labor market, that finally the states tries to maintain in the majority of the countries, because in the others, especially in the north, then they have the problem they have, that they don't have people because they didn't maintain the people. So in this, we saw a difference, but in the majority they put money, even in Ireland, that the state didn't interview a lot. They put money for wages and for maintaining, trying to maintain in the way they can. And this is done, the state interviews, but holding the hands of both parts, labor both parts. So it's a tripartite, the social dialogue, and that is important also in the European level. So one thing that I would like to underline is that in some countries, especially in Italy, Spain, and Denmark, that I think is a good practice that we have to think about it, is to say, okay, all the companies can receive money from the state, but there are conditions. And the most important condition in these three countries is if you get money from the state, so public money, then you have to maintain the employment and you cannot fire. Finally, in Spain, for instance, after the Supreme Court has said that it doesn't mean that you have to force the employers to do that, but sociologically it's a good way to know that the knife can be on your back. So also one question that was general is that the measures from the public role, the state's role, is general. So only with the exception of Denmark, what we saw is that the measure in the labor market is general. There are not a specific package of aids for air transport, insist, with exception of Germany. And finally, we have the economic or financial intervention that is nowadays, you know, especially nowadays is an important topic, is the important process of bankruptcy. And during the COVID, some companies disappeared, and the states, this important role, a new role of the state, obliged the state to put money on support or giving money directly, or the majority with loans, conditionated loans. Mainly because the problem of the loans and the problem of these aids is the EU competition law. So in this, I must say, the importance, really, in what the general idea is how important is the state, even if we are talking about the privatization and the globalization at the end, depending of the state, so many things when we are in crisis. So in this is important to say that the Commission, the European Commission, as a public role, has made a clause, the called escape clause, that allows the governments not to comply with all the regulation of competition. So there was more flexibility, and they don't have to comply all the stability rules that we had. And that was an exception during the COVID, and that temporarily allows the states to relax what will be against the European treaty. So I must underline also that the exception of these aids is Poland again. No, Poland is a state-owned, and they have capital, reserve capital, so they use their own money, and they don't have to put a lot of in this. And also Ireland, because Ireland, the states is important in these unemployment wages, but not in the states in Ireland, if I'm not wrong, didn't put money directly to the market. The European Commission approved a lot of, or the majority of these loans, and you know that recently Ryanair went against all these aids, because they say, I don't want the aids. I'm not claiming for the aid. I want that everybody goes down, then and they are in bankruptcy, so all the field is mine, no? So I don't mind I can manage myself. I don't need I'm not claiming for me to do. What I want is the first fundamental free service, that is one of the fundamental rights of the, one of the pillars of the basis of the European Union. So the problem is that when we are talking about public actors, we are talking also about the judges from the state that were really important in that moment in all the states, that because social dialogue and tripartite dialogue gets bargaining and gets agreements, but the problem after is how to deal with the money, how to deal with the agreements. So the courts are important, have an important role, but what we saw is that the important role of European Court, that the only case, I haven't read everyone, but the only case I know that the court has blessed the aids is in Sweden. So, and the rest is...
There has recently been new cases in the last weeks.
Yeah, but they didn't bless. The court said that they weren't okay. Yeah, so the exception, so we have the, well, I can say the General Court is the Condor, Ryanair versus Condor in Lufthansa, Ryanair versus Air France, Ryanair versus, I don't remember which one more, but and the Commission after, this is one thing I will put on the table, is does it help the aids at the end? Because at the end, the court has said that you don't have the right to the money, so you have to give it back, and the interest, and to pay because you were against the European law. So, but I will say, I think they are okay because at least you had the money when you need it. So you are living, even if you are half died, you are living, and you can manage now how to full your back again. No, but we will put this on the table. So. And I must say that nowadays Lufthansa has received a lot of money, but in one of the conditions was that the state want to be on the board, to have 2 seats on the board. And Lufthansa didn't want that, but finally he has to swallow because it needs the money. But immediately Lufthansa has given back the money. So they are they got ridden from the state, so they are free to decide the business management. So here you have more or less what are the support, how the government support the airlines during the COVID. And now I'm going to put some questions first about these 3 we have these 3 interventions to the people that is online, the other members of the panels, panel. The first thing I would like to know is what are the lessons we have learned in the health measures. So what I will say is during the COVID, the cargo was an important business. Have you discovered in the airports, in your field, that now the cargo is an important business again, or was only a temporary resurgence of this type of? What were the problems with the cargo? Because if I inform well, one of the problems was that all the equipment was in Asia. So the problem is a problem of security also. So you have to comply with a lot of requirements, how to put and they have to flexibility also this. How did it work in the practice? If you can say something, how this modified the business, if it did it. And even one of the parts that I would like to ask especially to Marco Berga from Marconi Airport, is there is one thing in health that was more post-COVID. That was the psycho risk, no? The risk of the anxiety, the fears that you didn't know, and you don't know if you have to fly, if the passengers are infected, even if they have the obligation to put the passengers back to their country. So now we have this part that you were saying. Daniela was referring about this anxiety and the problems of the aggressive passengers. No, this is another part of the health. How did it work? And in the labor intervention, so the second field was the labor market intervention. How did it work? Was only tripartite social dialogue, or was more only social dialogue? This is going to be another panel. When you had to decide how to distribute the aids, or how to decide the measure, that is another panel, but let's focus on the public actors. In the airports, you are owned by the states completely or partially, so what were the preferences? The fact that you were not private completely affects something to decide how to manage with the aids, with the state aids. And from the Commission especially, the escape clause. The escape clause was super important for the states. After seeing that the Commission blessed all the aids and the court has said not to the blessed aids, what do you think we can learn from the past to not to do in the future? Do you think that even these aids were okay, or we should reform the treaties, or what do you think? No, and by the moment, I would like to put these 3 part 3 blocks on the table, and after we go on public things. Someone wants to talk the first? Or?
Magda, maybe if I can come in first. It's Brendan O'Hanlon here from the DEA.
Brendan, okay, you can start.
Just in relation to the intervention part in the labour market, certainly our experience, we operate Dublin Airport and Cork Airport. There was no intervention from the state in relation to how we managed the impact of the crisis. We were very much left to our own devices about how we managed our business. And we had 5 trade unions to deal with a multiplicity of trade agreements, different processes, different grievance processes that we would have to use. And that was one of the key things for us, was that all of our processes agreed with our trade union partners, allowed for access to places like labour courts and conciliation hearings. They were all cancelled. They weren't available when COVID hit, which meant that the type of agreements that you had to work through with your trade union partners to secure agreement to get changes needed to address the impact of the crisis. But I felt, certainly from the DEA's perspective, and we managed it well with our trade union partners, and we did that with the assistance of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. But there was no state intervention from that perspective. And I think one of the lessons learned certainly would be, and I think technology has sort of assisted us greatly since COVID, is the accessibility to third-party institutions. Because if we needed to access third-party institutions immediately, I'm not so sure we would have had that access, given the restrictions that people couldn't be together. We weren't set up technologically wise to be able to have calls like this, and luckily at the onset of the pandemic, we managed to secure agreements that enable the changes and to manage the impact in a way that the unions asked us, which was that we didn't take an austerity approach to the challenge, right? That we didn't have compulsory redundancies, we didn't make permanent changes to terms and conditions of employment, we didn't affect pay rates, and what we did was very much on a voluntary basis to secure the changes. But if we had have had a very adversarial approach to the impact of the crisis, would the state agencies have been available to assist us with resolution? And to me, that was probably one of the lessons learned. I think that when one of the speakers earlier said, are we actively looking to do things? I mean, maybe technology has moved this issue on somewhat, and we'd be better positioned to deal with this aspect of it. But I think there's a need to sit back and make sure that we are set up for similar situations to deal with the impact from an industrial relations perspective.
Thank you very much.
It's just an initial one in
you.
relation to the labour market.
Pier Paolo?
Thank you, Magdalena, and good morning, everyone. Very pleased to be here, and thanks a lot for this introduction, because when we present what was done at the European level to support the recovery from COVID, we present things exactly in the way you did. So is the health part, is the human part, and is the economic part. I think the first message is that the transport sector has been heroic in dealing with this crisis, and I think you, in particular, aviation, as the most impacted sector, should be proud of how you dealt with it and also came out of it. Of course, it has been dramatic, but without your commitment, and in particular that of the transport workers, we would be today telling a completely different story. And from the Commission, of course, we look also across all transport modes, and you mentioned the role of aviation cargo, but also the role of road transport, the road transport workers, to keep the internal market open, at least for goods. And today we are pleased that this market could remain open, but it wasn't obvious. And there were moments in the middle of March 2020 where transport workers and also air crews were stopped at the borders and asked to quarantine, and had member states together with the transport players not taken a firmer stance to say, no, we cannot afford to do that. Then we would have destroyed also the internal market for goods, apart from the severely constraining the free movement of people, which of course was inevitable. Within the category of people who contributed to this little miracle, I would put also the passengers. It is not the focus today, but the passengers did take also a big hit. At the European level, and this is something that the sector not always appreciated, we stood firm in upholding passenger rights because we felt that was necessary. There has been flexibility, let's say, in accepting how those rights had to be respected, but we never crossed the line of diminishing these rights. And I think overall this was a good decision. Now, from our point of view, looking at what we went through, an imperative is to learn from what we experienced, also to be better prepared for the next crisis. One thing that we clearly saw, precisely because we can see at the different transport mode and different generations of EU regulation, is that not all EU laws were fit for purpose. You gave the example of the slots regulation. Of course, this regulation was conceived in a way that didn't take into account the possibility that the aviation sector would stop for one reason or another. We never had it before, but now we know it can happen, and therefore we need to have a regulation that takes into account this possibility. The same for road transport, where we couldn't renew our driving licenses or other certificates because testing centers were closed or because inspections could not be done. There again, we learned the hard way that our legislation was not fit for purpose. And on the contrary, and in many cases also in aviation, aviation safety, aviation security, we had a more recent legislation where through implementing acts you could actually fix many of the things that needed fixing quite quickly. So the first lesson that we did learn is that every time now we revise legislation at the European level, we need to keep in mind that there might be a situation where the unexpected happens, and therefore we need to be quick. We have already implemented this approach in the legislation we put forward since last year, the 10T regulation, which is our Bible for building infrastructure, the intelligent transport systems. So it's not only aviation, and so far it's not even been in aviation, but we are doing this across the board, which doesn't mean that all the time this means that the Commission is to get more power or the Commission is to get more delegations. It means that we need to factor in our reasoning that something unexpected happens, and therefore maybe it's enough that member states have a contingency plan with no role for EU actors, but at least we need to factor in how we prepare. The second lesson learned, and which we are currently still, let's say, working on, is the quick exchange of information. There are two things that upset any economic sector, but in particular the transport sector. One is unpredictability, and the second one is fragmentation. Unpredictability, there is little you can do when you are confronted with a crisis. Nobody could really see, or almost nobody could see COVID coming in that magnitude. And this was part of the failure, let's say. But the other part is when you have a fragmented response from member states. So fragmentation comes also with little notice or information about what the others are doing. So the problem was not only that all of a sudden certain borders were closed, but also that the rules for reopening them were different from one country to another. And this, for a sector like aviation, of course, was dramatic, but also avoidable. That's why we maintain now a network of national contact points that is permanently in touch, at least virtually, so that when something happens, we know whom to call, and these are people that are close to the political level that can give us hints. We learned the importance of this group when we dealt with the green lanes, which were these, let's say, avenues to keep freight circulate within the EU. Then the war in Ukraine struck, and we basically had a similar exercise with what we call the solidarity lanes to facilitate the export of grains and then also other produce and the import from Ukraine of other supplies they need. And we maintain this network also for exercises that we do with NATO and with other players to prepare for future crises. So for us, this was a very important aspect. The third, and I will stop here, is having a sober assessment of what worked and what didn't work, so that we can maintain also the tools that were useful. I will give 4 examples that are relevant in the transport sector. One of them I've already mentioned are the green lanes, very successful initiative without any legal basis. We basically persuaded the member states to keep waiting time at borders to maximum 15 minutes. We had no, let's say, coercive power to force them to do that, but I think everybody collectively understood that without this we would have had an even more dramatic landscape. There have been moments where this gentleman agreement was put into question. Some countries did require tests from truck drivers, but they realized within hours what kind of spillover effect they would create on the rest, and therefore they managed to withdraw. And throughout the pandemic period, this waiting time always remained below 15 minutes, which was also a good measure of the success. Another good success, and I will come to the failures in a second, in my view, is the COVID certificate, which for the transport sector was extremely useful and instrumental. It was more popular outside of the EU than in the EU, with overall 75 countries, including our own 27. Earlier this week, on Monday, the WHO announced that they basically take over the COVID certificate as a global certificate, and not only for COVID, of course. COVID is no longer a pandemic, but there are other diseases for which this could be used, or also to digitalize other documents. And this is, in my view, a very good example of how we learn from something we have done, and is a very European success stories. I want to mention 2 failures, just not to give the impression that all we did was great. One is about the attempt to coordinate member states' measures. We did that through Council recommendations, because we didn't have really a legal basis to harmonize public health measures at national level. So we thought that at least politically member states could take the commitment to do something in a sort of consistent way. The level of compliance was not huge, but that comes with the nature of the recommendations, and even though these were Council recommendations where member states were recommending to themselves to do something, they did not always follow through, and therefore we had still a bit of a patchwork. I was painfully enough also responsible for sending the information and getting the information from the Reopen EU website, and it was really a nightmare to update all the national measures that were changed sometimes multiple times within the same day. So this was certainly not a great experience. The last one, some of you probably have been a victim of them, the passenger locator forms, these sometimes paper, sometimes digital forms that we needed to fill to declare where we were sitting. We tried at the European level to come up with a common template and also with a digital way to exchange this information among member states. Maybe we came a bit late. Maybe member states were overwhelmed by the whole challenge of COVID, but we never managed to fully sell this solution to member states, and now we do have a system that could work in addressing a similar crisis in the future. But let's say it was quicker the COVID to disappear than us to be able to provide a useful solution. So it's something that I wouldn't put among the successes. So to conclude, I think yes, you're right. The state is back. In many respects, but it might not be enough, because even one state taking the best solution might not be the best solution when it's seen from an holistic perspective, which is, from our view, the EU, and then even a global perspective. So that's for the first round. Sorry if I was a little bit long.
Thank you very much. I don't see if Marco Vega is there. Marco, do you want to make a reference about specifically these questions or the health?
Yes, good morning everyone. First of all, some little information about Bologna Airport. Bologna Airport is a regional airport with more or less 10 million of passengers. We are a company with public and private shareholders, and we are listed in the Italian Stock Exchange. Of course, during COVID period, many things changed. The social dialogue was crucial to maintain a good situation in the airport. In Italy, many airports had to implement a furlough system for more than 2 years, because Italy was the first state that was affected by COVID, and we have many consequences for more than 2 years. But of course, we tried to maintain our workforce, and we used all the aids that the state put in place to help airports. Of course, it was fundamental to have good relationships with trade unions, because we made a lot of agreements with them during this period. And then we arrived after 2 years of COVID in very few months in a new world. Last week I was in Brussels to discuss with my HR colleagues for other airports, because I'm the vice chair of ACI Europe HR Forum, and we discussed about the lack of attractiveness of our sector, about the new ways of working, and so on. All things that are completely different respect the 2 previous years with COVID. So during COVID period, we had the problem to maintain the workforce. Then we have the problems to recruit workforce, and also to have a good engagement with people that work in the airport. Then there is also the big problem of the ground handling, where very often the condition of the working conditions are not enough good. And so there are many problems also for ground handling to have people that work in the airports. Of course, we tried, for example, in Bologna, to have some special agreements with unions also before COVID, because we started in 2019 to have to subscribe some special protocols with the unions and the local institutions. So we started in 2019 with we call in Italian protocollo di sito, site protocol, to give some rules to improve better healthy working conditions to all the workers, for all the companies that work in the airports, especially for our suppliers. Then we extended this protocol in 2019 to all the handling companies. Of course, handling market is a labor-intensive market with a lot of problems that we need to help them. And then after the 2 years, the traffic in very few months started to grow very, very quickly. It was very, very difficult to manage it because especially people, especially passengers, had different had many problems also with the employees that work in the airport. Also before COVID, we had some problems, for example, with manage unruly passengers. But of course, before they said about the new restrictions during the COVID period, the many bureaucratic things that passengers had to do. And so we start to have many accidents, many aggressions against our employees. Also in this case, after a period of some difficulties between the trade unions, we started to have a good dialogue with them and also with institutions. And we decided to make an addendum to our site protocol to put in place a new procedure, a new system to protect all the employees that work in the airport community against the unruly passengers' behavior. And we put this procedure in our airport rules, and then we decided also to make an agreement with the local municipality and the local institution, because we want to put in evidence the importance to have an agreement by all the parts that are staying in the airport. I want to say, for example, that in 1 year we had in our airport more or less 80 cases of aggressions against airports employees. And so the problem was very, very, very important. Especially for the people that work in the front office. And of course, now the challenge is to make our industry again attractive for people, especially for younger generation. There are a lot of problems. There is a problem about sustainability, of course, because especially new generation think that our industry is not enough sustainable. And so, especially when we make interview, one of the first questions that the candidates make to us is what the airport is doing to improve the sustainability. Of course, not only the environmental sustainability, but also the social sustainability, because we have to speak about ecosystem. We have to speak not only about the employees for the airport, but all the employees that work in an airport. The other problem sometimes is also the salary, because the salary in many cases are not so competitive like other industries, of course. And then also the minds of people have changed during COVID. There is, especially in new generation, a new balance of working time and free time. And so they ask many new things, and sometimes it's not so easy working on shifts, working on Sunday, working during holidays, and so on. So the challenge of the airport that the airport have together with trade unions and to find a new solution to improve the conditions, but also to have well-being, a good well-being system in the airport to be competitive and to create new conditions of working and to help airport to attract high-skilled people and also seasonal workers when they need, and to find a new standard of communication, because communication now is fundamental. It must be one of the pillars of the social dialogue, but it's also very important for all the employees that work in the airport. Let me say also one thing about cargo. Of course, during the pandemic period, also for Bologna, cargo became very, very important because we had mainly only cargo flights. At the end of 2 years of COVID, Bologna became the third airport in Italy for cargo. It is very useful, but now, of course, we have another problem. It's connected to sustainability, because we're a city airport and sometimes cargo flights fly during the night, and so there is another problem to manage. Also, in this case, is something very important that we discuss also with trade unions, because it's important to develop and maintain this position, but at the same case, sometimes the institution have different ideas about the developing of the airport.
Thank you, Marco. I would like to go on. Even we can go back not too much, because I think we have 5 minutes, because I would like to give 15 to Nerea. And can you put the slides, my slides again? Yes. Wake up, little Susie. Well, no, because I would like to, we don't have a lot of time, so I was underlying in the slides the proactive role that had different effects, so contradictory effects. For instance, in Italy, Marconi Airport, as Marco was saying, was the tripartite social dialogue. So the coordination between public administrations and the partners was really important with these protocols, and I will say this is a good practice that we have to take in account. But at the same time, there was intervention of the state in France that was that had a boomerang effect. For instance, the states allowed during the COVID the possibility of the accords de performance collective, the possibility that at the enterprise level they can go against the wages, so make more flexible the wages and the working conditions to face the COVID, no? So, of course, was a way to face the COVID, and probably this was a way to save the enterprise or some enterprise, but in the terms of workers, if it's not a temporary measure, can be really a boomerang effect. So, and also in Poland is a contradictory effect that the lot, that is the airline company that is owned by the states, that it is supposed that the states has the inspectors to rule and to control with the working conditions. The most important state's company doesn't control the infractions, because they are contracting, they are hiring B2B cabin crew, and that is really was important. Also in Spain, we had some. I think Nerea can talk about this. We had some views of this new market, but the court. Also the state, one part of the state, solved that problem. So finally, I would like to show two things that if you can give me three ideas, is about the single European sky. That is, the single European sky is intended to reduce the fragmentation of European airspace, blah, blah, blah. And the problem is how does affect, how does affect the single European sky, because we have now the strikes on France and they don't allow that you can cross the space. So the problem is that in next one, in the Ryanair now is saying that once that the Commission and has sent a letter to the Commission asking for a good balance of the rights, because he recognized really gentle that the workers have the right of the strike right, but he's claiming about the rights of the freedom of movement, so we can have another Viking Laval on the table. The next one, please. And the problem is that this is on the table from Tom told me that was from the 2005. I thought that the first thing, the document, at least a communication from the Commission, was from the 2017. So the problem is, or the question that I put on the table is how this unique sky or the single the CES is going to affect to airports, if in any way, and for the commissionary, I don't know if you are specialized in this, but do you think this is going on, or do you know something about this? And another thing is, I think to solve all these problems that we can have, if we have, I hope not, but one key to solve the COVID from the perspective of the public actors was the tripartite dialogue or social consultation that we call in Italy and in Spain. No? The consensus as a guarantee of compliance, I think, is the most important, because everyone was implied in the thing. So the problem is the future. So post-COVID is going to be the end of transparency or the end of the active involvement, because like you say, we are happy this happens, so we don't have to ask the social partners. That I must say that in Spain they offer a lot of solutions because they know really the activity. So another point that I point on the table is the problem that is that the aviation sector has a lot of technical, the technical things, someone said, it's not so technical, it's the same, but for us, that especially I'm a lawyer, so for me it's like magic, everything is things that I don't understand. I don't understand how I put on the table on a flight and they fly. So the problem is so technical that the majority of these things, and this connects with Nerea, the majority of these rules is made outside the DG employment, outside the Ministry of the States that is the employment, because when it's a labor law, normally all the countries have a body, an institution, that you have the three parties, so they can at least have the information, even if they don't decide at all, but they know what is happening. The problem with this sector is that all the things are decided outside the mechanism of control, the normal mechanism, institutional control of where the trade unions are and where the employers are, that they are also interested in this. So how can we avoid this? So I think it's mainly with tripartite social dialogue. Yeah, we have really little time, but these are the questions. So mainly, what do you think about the CES and how does it affect something, And then the social concertation, how it's going to be after the COVID. So there is a recommendation after Fausta is going to deep on it, but in this recommendation they are not talking only about the social dialogue between two parties. They are insisting in the participation of the employers and the trade unions in policy making. That's important. Policy making in general, not labor policy makers, so even economic rules or whatever. So you have the floor, Pier Paolo.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to talk about the single European sky. First of all, I think it's a must. It's a proposal that's been there for 10 years now. It has been revamped and updated, but I think we have a window of opportunity. Sorry to those who are listening from remote. Yes, single European sky is a must. Is a proposal that has been there for 10 years. We need it for a variety of reasons. One that is very, of course, on fashion now is sustainability, but it is true and is a great advantage. But also looking at the summer ahead, and a week ago about this time there was an interesting conversation among transport ministers in Luxembourg during the council, and it's a public web streamed discussion, so you can listen to it, about how difficult this summer is going to be for a combination of factors. Shortage of staff, we heard, the congestion, because of course we are back to, thank God, pre-pandemic level in terms of a passenger wishing to fly. We have a war and war exercises which are further reducing the available airspace, and then we have the strikes. Single European sky is not the panacea, but it's a solution that can help. And of course, this is not in contradiction with social dialogue. On the contrary, I mean, as you know, there is an expert group on the human dimension of single European sky. That is one of the most active expert groups we have, that discuss all the topics that are relevant, including very new topics like drones, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and then so all the topics that might have an impact. One last point on the industrial action, because you pushed us to that direction. Of course, this is a matter for member states, but I do uphold what was said in the 2017 communication. So social dialogue is key. The early notification of strikes is very important, and then for us is what we call the solidarity, but it means the protection of the peak hours and the protection of the overflights, so that action in one spot doesn't spill over everywhere else. Thank you.
Marco, Brendan, we have 1 minute for each one, if you want to say something. Marco and Brendan, do you want to say something? Not too long, because we don't have so much time, but if they don't want to eat, for me it's okay to not to be exactly like, for me it's more interesting you than the eating, but I don't think the best.
If I can, of course, the challenge of digitalization is one of the more important tasks for the social dialogue, because many works, not only the blue collars, but also for white collars, many things will change with artificial intelligence and with the using of business intelligence and so on. I think that it's important to find a new solution about the working time and about the developing of skills in the company and about training, because this is one of the most important evolution that we are challenging.
Thank you. Brendan, do you want to say something?
No, Magda, I'm fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then Nerea is going to make to study the public role, but from the perspective of EU level legislation, especially about the regulation 1008 from common rules for the operation of air services. No. The floor is yours. Ponte aquí,
but press the presentation mode.
Okay, good morning, everyone. As Magdalena says, I'm an aeronautical lawyer, so it's a kind of freaky in my sector. And also my current position within the Spanish Pilots Union is Institutional and International Affairs Director. I'm going to try to make a brief presentation because I know that we are very close to lunchtime. So it's the worst place. Well, I think it's worse after lunch, but it's almost the worst place. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting CEPLA to this final presentation of Viral's project. It's for me an honor to be in this house representing Spanish pilot and also European pilots. And in this presentation, I'm going to try to give you a brief outline of the situation of European regulation on social issues regarding the air transport sector in Europe, and also
Okay.
And also, what are the main actions that should be urgently undertaken by European institutions to address social and labour problems in the European aviation sector? To this end, I will structure my presentation in 3 different sections. First one will take us back to the past to see when social issues appeared on European Union agenda. Secondly, I will try to give you which is the current situation of social and labour issues in Europe. And thirdly, to see what we believe from the point of view of European pilot that should be the actions that at both levels and public administrators should undertake to tackle legal, labour and social problems in Europe in a coherent, joint and coordinated manner. Thank you. Well, let's go for the first section, which is the history of social agenda from 2015 to 2019. Everything starts in 2015 with a project of the Social Dialogue Committee carried out by the University of Ghent. This project was made with the participation of all the actors. I mean, local governments of member states, European institutions, trade unions, and also companies, airline companies. And in the final presentation in Paris in 2015, the project reflects that the main labour and local labour and social issues that we have to be addressed in the European transport sector were bogus self-employment, pay-to-fly problem, abuse of temporary agency work, and precarious employment. This is the first time that in the European Union they realize that there is a problem in the aviation sector market, that is the atypical employment, that is growing and growing and growing. So that's because for the first time in the aviation strategy document in 2015, they included a chapter on social aspects. Also, the European Union institutions discover different trends in the market of aviation sector. There is a change in the tendency of the market, like change of the business model, cost reduction of companies, reduction of employers, and so on. So the problem was growing and growing. Well, since 2015, we have another problem, that is the outbreak of Ryanair problem in Europe. Okay. As a consequence of this problem of Ryanair way of business in Europe, there were two two consequences. One, an adoption of a resolution condemning social abuses in the airline industry by the Parliament's Employment Committee, and also when the Court of Mons elevated a parliamentary question to the Court of Justice of the European Union to clarify which was the criteria for determining jurisdiction. That is one of the main problems in the sector. The Court of Justice of the European Union says that the base of employment of technical crew is a significant criteria to determine the place of work of the worker, of the pilot, and also a criteria for determining jurisdiction and applicable law. This is the first time that this problem began to be brought before courts and began to be legislated through rulings or court decisions. This is something that will happen in the future or in the coming years at national levels also. Until 2070, all the work was carried out by the organization representing workers in the European sector to identify which were the problems, which from the pilot's point of view, there is a report presented by ECA. BCA is the European Cockpit Association and is representing all the pilots in Europe, that was presented to the Commission and that included the main problems of the sector in 2017, and they were competition and applicable law, establishment and basis of jurisdiction, aircraft ownership and control rules, well-leasing, abuse of contractors and bogus freelancers, conciliation and fatigue issues, and women's access to the profession. The problem was that the delay of the works, a lot of work, and the end of the legislature in 2019 made it impossible to present concrete legislative proposals. Then the COVID appeared, the COVID-19, and everything stopped. But a reality is that after the COVID-19, the situation of inequality and job insecurity within the air transport sector worsened considerably. Now we are worse than before. Well, let's go to move to the second section of the presentation regarding current situation of labour and social issues. At the European Union level, they start to think, how can we avoid this problem? And different options were in the mind of the European institutions. Two main options were, one, to work on a specific regulation on social issues and labour issues, and two, the second one, to take advantage of one revision of one current regulation, that is 1008-2008, as one of the main implementing rules regarding the aviation sector. Finally, they decide that it was impossible to have a specific social and labour implementing rule because of the different level of protection of right of the workers in the different state members, and we cannot forget that labour issues belongs to sovereignty of member states, and this is the main problem. So they decide to take the second option and to take advantage of the revision of the 1008-2008 regulation on the operation of services to incorporate basic issues, as for example the determination or definition of home base. That is very important, determination of home base of the pilot to know which is the law applicable and the jurisdiction. In the meantime, some countries, for example in Spain, in some countries, trade unions action has succeeded in legalizing the lack of a European legislative solution. For example, in Spain, we had the problem, as you all know, of the bogus self-employment contracts in Ryanair. The situation was reversed in Spain thanks to a global campaign based on three fundamental pillars: trade union actions, lobby, with meetings with the public administration, Ministry of Transport, but mainly thanks to the legal action, lawsuits that led to positive court decisions. Another example in Spain, for example, is the practice initiated by a Norwegian company in order to abuse by temporary agencies in the requirement of pilots in Spain. Thanks again to the global campaign based on those three pillars, we obtained the time limitation on this type of requirements. In both cases, deriving in that contracts of Ryanair pilots and Norwegian pilots were subject to Spanish labour law. We currently have the instrument to solve the problem and to face the social and labour issues, main social and labour issues in Europe, that is the Regulation 1008-2008. But we don't know why, but the revision of the regulation 1008-2008 is blocked again and again and again and again by the European Commission, with no understandable reason, at least for the point of view of the workers in the air transport sector. Well, the third section is let's go to look for the future, but it's more or less the same that the current situation. Okay, we cannot wait for a solution based on judicial decisions at the national levels because it takes too long because of the problem of the system itself, and it's causing a lot of damage in the sector, in the air transport sector for workers. The initial work is already done. There is an initial consensus between the European Commission, some member states, main member states, and the organisation representing workers in this sector. So we think this is the moment to react. We cannot wait more. We are in the European Union, okay, but we cannot forget the social part of the European Union. I'm going to try to give you a very brief example of why it's very important to achieve the revision of 1008-2008. In 2021, Volotea, that you know that is a Spanish airline with AOC. AOC is Air Operator Certificate, is issued by the Spanish Aviation Authority, decide to open a base in Nantes, in France, and pilots in Nantes, in that base, decide to went to strike. Okay. Then Volotea asked for Spanish Aviation Authority to authorize to do a wet list in the base of Nantes to cover all the flights cancelled because of the strike and to cover all the flight operation. The Spanish government say, okay, I give you the authorization and you can do wet list in Nantes. What is the problem? That according French law, to do that kind of practice is a criminal offense. So Spain was a necessary cooperator in the commission of an offense in France because they didn't know. How can we avoid this situation? As the home base or secondary establishment is already worded and proposed in the revision of 1008-2008, when an airline or an operator with an AOC in one country decide to open a second base, operational base in aviation language, in another European country, that base has to be considered as secondary establishment. And in this secondary establishment, law applicable. It will be applicable to all the contracts. If this happens, then no problem, because if there is no possibility of making well this in one base in which the pilots are in a strike, it's a strike break, it's a criminal offense, then the problem didn't happen because the law applicable to that contract of pilots in a strike in Nantes will be the French law and not the Spanish law. There is a lack of communication, a very, very, very important lack of communication in this sector between member states. And a way to solve this problem is to face the revision of the regulation 1000-2008. Well, as conclusions, no conclusions? Yes, conclusions. Yeah. As conclusion, social issues must be treated with special care in aviation. Why? Because we cannot forget that aviation work is closely linked to safety. And transport of transport is one of the most safe sectors. And we cannot forget the importance of social issues in transport. Also, workers in transport must be treated with care, with special care, because they are highly skilled workers and they need special protection. We have already the instrument, as I told you before. We have a lot of meticulous work made already, and we have the opportunity. Also, as you know, Spain is going to take over the presidency of the Council from the 1st of July of this year, and with conversation with our government, they are willing to take this reform of the regulation 2008, but they need the green card, they need the green light of European Commission. And finally, we have to move forward together towards an improvement of the working and social condition of aviation workers by being coherent and consistent with the European social commitment by the European Union institutions and the Member States since 2015. Aviation sector is the sector more committed to sustainability. Sustainability is very famous and everybody
Okay, meanwhile we get it, I will conclude saying that...
Have you heard about the possible revision of the EU Air Services Regulation 1008-2008? No? Don't worry, you're not the only one. The European Commission is anyhow trying hard to bury this revision. Yes, Regulation 1008-2008 may sound as a dreadfully, totally, phenomenally boring subject. But it is the regulation that sets the fundaments of how the aviation business works in Europe and how pilots do their job in that business every day. It defines the rules for giving airlines operating licenses, leasing, traffic rights. At least 10 years and 2 EU transport commissioners have been carrying out evaluations, assessments, and studies, which all showed that 1008-2008 is outdated and unfit for purpose. This regulation allows abusive employment practices, such as fake self-employment of pilots. It allows for rule shopping, social dumping, and tax avoidance to flourish in Europe's aviation industry. And it leaves national authorities no tools to catch the unscrupulous players. The current EU Transport Commissioner, Ms. Valian, had all the time and all the good reasons to publish a proposal for its revision, but she hasn't. Her term is ending soon, and so is the term of the European Parliament. That means the revision of 1008-2008 may simply not happen. The many problems of the aviation industry and the people working in it will remain unresolved. The current EU Commission did not do its job. Does this sound right to you? No, neither to us. Let's not allow anyone to bury the future of our industry. Help us spread the word.
Well, this is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. So I will finish asking the commissioner if he wants to say something. No, or better we conclude. No, I would like to make a brief that these words were used by all the participants in this panel. What we need is information, communication, consultation, and coordination. These are the future has to be based by this. Thank you very much for all the people that has been with us, and we go to lunch. Thank you very much.
So now we have the lunch break. We will be back in 1 hour. In 1 hour, it's okay for you? Yes, so we'll be faster.
Sì, adesso si sentiva libero.
Sì.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, dear representatives of the social partners, I hope you have enjoyed your lunch, the sun, the terrace, and of course all the people at home watching. Welcome to panel number 3. I am Marco Roca. I am a researcher at the French National Center for Scientific Research and at the University of Strasbourg. And I have the pleasure, indeed, to chair this panel, which will address the reaction of industrial relation to some of the crises stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. Before moving into the discussion, let me introduce the 3 panelists for this session. So first we have Anna Garwolinska, who is a crisis communication specialist for the Polish Trade Union of Air Traffic Controllers, Polish Association of Air Traffic Controllers.
Well, I will explain myself later, okay?
Second, we have Tom Larsen of the Danish Air Traffic Controller Association, who has been the vice president of the International Air Traffic Controller Association from 2016 to 2020. And finally, we have Liam Berney from the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, who has an important experience in negotiating with airlines and the Dublin Airport Authority. As a discussant for our panel, we are very happy to have Dara Golden, who is a researcher at University College Dublin and at the European Union's project. So how this is going to go? I have 3 rounds of questions for our panelists. For each round of question, I will be very happy if you can stick to around 5 minutes for your answers so that we have time for discussion afterwards. Afterwards, I will also open the floor for questions from our public or from our discussant directly, and then I will finally give the word to Dara for 10 minutes of conclusions. So, my first question is mostly directed to Tom and Anna. Indeed, we have heard this morning talk about labor shortages. As Tom has put it, companies, when things go bad, they just stop training people, and then they discover they do not have enough when the crisis is over. And we have seen in several of the countries covered by the project that this was particularly a problem in the case of air traffic controllers, and we know how critical, although sometimes invisible, is their role. So we are indeed here exploring the perspective of industrial relations. So my question, which can be somewhat a difficult one, is what can social partners do in order to encourage, force, nudge employers to better plan for the future and go beyond the risk of short-term vision. Anna, if you want to start.
Thank you. I'm sitting here all the day and I'm very impressed by the hearing that all the government, all the partners are speaking together, talking together, exchange the idea and exchange the possibility of growing the industry and helping the employee. My experience is rather arebour. Let me start for all of you with some story from 2015, which is only for the moment out of the picture of the controller. In the 2015, when the Law and Justice took the power in Poland, and Mr. Kaczyński, I believe everybody knows who is Mr. Kaczyński, took in fact the real power, to him coming one of the minister and saying, listen, I have excellent person to solve the problem with the EU. He is expert and he is brilliant mining and he will help us. Mr. Kaczyński say, no, So the minister say, why? No. Okay, but please explain me. And he said, well, we do not take the expert. Why we do not take the expert? Because if you take the expert, they have the knowledge, they have their own idea. They do not belong to you. They just do what is necessary to do. So you have to find out somebody who will never ever achieve the position you offer him alone. He have no skills, he have no education or not possibility to achieve that. Then you will have the slave who will do everything we ask him to do. The minister say, yeah, but we will do not solve the problem. Doesn't matter. We will keep the power. And the people will wait for us even if we lost the power. They will always ours, people. 3 days later, the spokesperson of the government say exactly the same, that we do not hire the expert because they will never follow our politicians. And this is a story which it's slightly not, it's exactly, in fact, showing why became the crisis in the air controller in Poland. Because JJ, the person who was putting on this position of president of the PASP, was the person who was the air controller, not the good one, because he even in the last moment do not pass the yearly exam. And he was completely depends of the minister, depends of the people and the government. Everything what happened in the oldest crisis was started before the COVID. Do not keeping the procedure, do not keeping the the procedure of the saving the people health, and that starts the problem. So when I step into the crisis, in fact, the bigger opponent was government. So if you ask me, if you all say to me that the government is a partner, I will say, not in Poland, my dears, not here, maybe in the future. We have the most difficulties with the regulation, with the parliament, with the minister. That's just about few words. This is why we have to involve all the public. We have to involve the Supreme Audit Office, which, by the way, confirm all our problems. And we involve ombudsman. Sorry, my English, I apologize to everybody who speaks much more better than me. I'm a little bit stressed. And one thing, we do not have the strike because we do not have involved we have the 100% involved of the labor union, but in Poland is B2B business. Most of the air controller is B2B. So the secret of the success and the secret of that we have such a power was the proxy we achieved from everyone to resign from the work, to blame the employer. That was very strong. And part of the air controller was putting the papers much more earlier, so we was able to stress the government and all the people beginning of May, that we really can resign from the work. And after the month, we achieve the agreement. But during all the time, as I say before, 30-year experience in the crisis management, I have always the second way. I have the second possibility. I was always ready for something which might be happened. Big surprise, of course, for everybody and for us as well, was that during this crisis, the war was coming. And then the government have the one tools which they didn't know that they have. They took all the air controller to the army immediately. But we have the information inside, and if they will try to do it, we could put the documents a few hours before. So, in fact, that was the game of the nerves. That was the, well, Mr. Archer book, I will say, or the movie of thriller, and who will be quicker and who will be stronger, and of course all the pressure from the even the EU organization help a lot. I hope that's 5 minutes.
Perfect, no worries. Tom, how about your perspective?
Yeah, first a little zoom out, I think, about the European perspective right now on air traffic controllers. I was very involved in what happened in Denmark, but what happened in Denmark is an example of something that didn't happen in all countries in the European Union and Europe. This crisis, but have happened before in other crises. So it depends a little bit on what kind of management and what our Polish friends have here as well. So it depends a little bit on the situation. So what happened this time was some countries like Denmark, Sweden, Portugal. What else is coming up? There are a couple of countries more that will come up with problems because Estonia is one of the countries that let air traffic controllers go during the crisis. So they sent home controllers, they stopped education, they did to save money. But the big countries in Europe, like Germany and France and Belgium, the Netherlands, and so they didn't do this. So they had a management who have learned from previous crises, but that's not always the case. And the problems you see in France right now is probably more due to the raise of retirement age than it has to do with shortage of controllers. But we will see that in the next coming years. No, so what happens when a crisis occurs is usually that there is a pressure to reduce cost, because the airlines, you might know that air traffic control is paid by en route charges. So the airlines that fly have to pay for air traffic control, and when they don't fly, they have to pay more. The ones who are flying, so they have to pay for it. So if no one flies, then they have to pay anyway. So you can see that as soon as the air traffic control, when there's no flying, then the money is less, and then there's pressure to reduce cost, and that's what happened in Denmark. Now I will go to that example. So there was pressure on the management to reduce cost, and what did they do? They sent 1/6 of all air traffic controllers in Denmark home on early retirement packages. It was nice. It is still nice, but actually we didn't want that. We advised against it. Listen, we have seen this before. We offered to go down to 80% salary and 80% working time, so we could save some money and blah blah blah. But long story short. Right now we have delays in Copenhagen and in the airspace because we don't have enough controllers. And as Sten has noticed in his research is that the longer it takes to educate people, the longer you have this problem after the crisis. So we saw last year with the security people. I think we are a little bit better this summer, and I guess next summer the security issue is acceptable, but the air traffic control issue will not be acceptable. So this is a little bit at both ends of the sequence here. And it is a very, very complex system, how we are organized. The European Union has something to say, the states has something to say, and all what they did during the COVID crisis was putting pressure on to reduce cost. And I'm not sure that that's the right way to do it. The question you asked here the first time was what is the role for social partners in this. So I just put up a little bit of frame about the problem, because there are some countries around Europe where we are short of controllers, and it's a very, very short-term thinking, and I would advise you change to a system that thinks long-term. First of all, you have to do something about the en route charges, because it cannot be that every time there is a crisis that you get into financial trouble, because this is infrastructure. First of all, you have to accept that air traffic control is infrastructure to make sure that the airplanes can fly. Like trains have to need rails to run the trains. It's the same for ATC. You need an infrastructure to make sure that you can fly. Whether you fly nothing like during COVID, or you fly a lot like we did in 2019 and we do now again, you still need the same infrastructure. So you cannot put this infrastructure into a situation where it's so dependent on the financing. That's the first point that has to be done. And how do you do that? As a social partner, very difficult. This is big questions that you have to have something to say about these questions. In Denmark, we have 3 employee representatives on the board of management. So we have a word to say there. It didn't work this time. So there might be a little bit more we need, and then we might need some tools to force people to think long term, because it seems that the people, the senior managers that we pay to think long term, they get stressed and think short term almost every time in a crisis, and that is it cannot be that it is because we had bad managers in Denmark. It must be something that is very difficult for managers. So we need to help that situation somehow, and how we do that, I hope some business schools or something else has some solutions to that problem. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Anna. Now, speaking about labor shortages and coming to Liam, you have a broader perspective because of your role, and my question is, how do you see labor shortages impacting the broader aviation industry from a trade union perspective? Is that a good moment to be a trade union where there is not enough labor in the economy? And how has COVID impacted this? So is this labor shortages due to COVID, or was it something that was already brewing in the sector before and now it's only exacerbated?
So the question of labor shortages in aviation, so the situation in Ireland, so I can only speak about the situation in Ireland. Okay. So the situation in Ireland was when COVID happened, like in every other country, aviation simply shut down very quickly, kind of with the exception of flights for cargo, for personal protective equipment, and bringing people home, kind of. And so the aviation just simply shut down. Different employers had different responses to that, so you heard from my colleague Brendan O'Hanlon from the Dublin Airport Authority. They kept all of their staff employed. in the first instance, but they made horrific mistakes subsequently by allowing nearly 1,000 people leave the business, and it ended up in a situation where we had nearly mile-long queues in Dublin Airport for security over one weekend, and it was a discussion in the National Parliament about how this was allowed to happen. Right. So thankfully the situation kind of has kind of stabilised in the sense that that both airlines, the airports have been hiring staff again, and the situation kind of, I got through Dublin Airport this morning in 7 minutes through security. Right? Kind of, it's a combination of two things. One, they have more staff back. They have invested in the 3D technology kind of as security, so not taking liquids out of bags or anything like that. So the situation has improved. But there is, in the Republic of Ireland, we have full employment now. So the rate of unemployment is about 3.2%. So it's not necessarily kind of the aviation having a problem in respect of labour shortages. Every sector of the economy has problems with labour shortages. The reaction of the aviation sector, so post the COVID pandemic, all of the aviation employers kind of had the approach of determining pay for new entrants by reference to market rates of pay. So that methodology has just been abandoned, right? Because market rate of pay kind of will not attract people into the employment because you can get more working in the supermarket. So the dynamic of labour shortages has meant that for trade unions we are in a stronger position at the bargaining table in terms of wages. Companies themselves kind of are just responding to shortage of staff by increasing the wages in the hope that they can attract people away from supermarkets and into kind of doing security work at airports. So in a way, it's good to be a trade union negotiator at the moment, because when labour markets are tight, it makes it easier to negotiate kind of decent conditions of employment for workers. But this is, as everyone here knows, this is an entirely cyclical industry. We will be faced with another crisis at some point in the future, whether it's a climate crisis where, you know, in response to kind of the climate change, kind of we just have to stop flying at the levels we're currently flying to make and aviation make that contribution, or some other, an ash cloud or something else, right? So I agree with my colleague from Denmark that the real critical issue now kind of is how we plan for the sustainable aviation sector in the future, how we kind of use social dialogue to do that. During the COVID-19 pandemic, for the first time in Ireland, we had social dialogue at national level around aviation. It was a trade union demand, and the government and the employers responded to it, right? But what was interesting was that the biggest aviation employer in Ireland had no interest in social dialogue kind of at national level. Ryanair was very much about doing their own thing, but a lot of the things that affected Ryanair in terms of state supports, because somebody was talking earlier on about Ireland having no state support for airlines, that's not necessarily true. I mean, Ryanair didn't avail of them. They did avail of the wage subsidy scheme, so they did get state supports. But Ryanair kind of got state supports without being part of the social dialogue system at national level, right? Kind of. So I think social dialogue is crucial both at national level, but social dialogue is also crucial at European level, kind of. And because so many of these questions, like the single European sky, like how kind of airspace is to be controlled, are really kind of questions that can only be resolved satisfactorily at European level. So that's a very long-winded answer to your question, I think, kind of. But the experience in Ireland, I don't think is much different than anywhere else. But I think one of the things that we are very, I suppose, in the trade union movement concerned about is where is the next crisis and how do we deal with it? And do we simply kind of have a strategy for dealing with the next crisis? And I'm concerned that we don't.
Right, bit concerning that last line. Anyway, so continuing on this idea of labour shortages and the impact on social dialogue. So I was asking Liam, is it a good time to be a trade unionist when there are labour shortages? So I want to turn the same question also to those who are into the air traffic control side. Is this labor shortage being felt in negotiation, in perspectives for working condition? We are often told that, Tom referenced to the fact that working conditions are good for air traffic controllers from his perspective. And I wanted to ask Anna, is it the same from your perspective? And if there is this increased strength for trade union to make demands because of labor shortages, should this demand go into the direction of improving working condition, or maybe reduce some parts of the job which are harder, or just demand for more air traffic controllers in the future, because this also improves the quality of the work?
Well, first of all, as far as I know, the financial situation of the air controller was a little bit different than that was officially mentioned, because the air controller agency makes the budget for the 5 years. The last budget was making in the 2019, and for the next 5 years, every year, they receiving the money which they asking for. So that wasn't like that at the moment when the airplane was settled down, so there was no money. This is not like that. This is much more complicated structure of the financial. So there was not so much lack of the financial side. But the truth is that in Poland was stopping training. The training of the controller is in Poland at least 2 years. And the 2 years, it's quite a long time. And of course, on the end of the exam, you never know you achieve this job or not. So during the pandemic, there was, from my point of view, was huge mistake on the side of management to stop this training and stop taking the possibility to become a controller. We are very short with the controller. Of course, there is a few reasons for that. Maybe one of the reasons is that Polish agency consists of the 58 families, and there is the point of the promoting their own or friend than the people from the other education. There is a possibility, for example, in Dęblin, for the air traffic controller for the army to pass by the same training like the civil controller, but they do not get the job. So there is a problem of the structure of the problem of the management and problem of the promoting and making the more than one way to be a controller. That's from my point of view. If we talk about the money, I think the controller earn a really good money. According to Polish standards, they are on the top. I don't want to say what we did during the negotiation, that it's not enough, etc., because the basic of the fee is not so big. But later on, it's many add like years of the working in the staying for the night, staying on the weekend, etc. So I think in Poland we should make it a little bit becoming easier to come to the job. That's the point.
Thank you. So I will turn to Tom. Same question.
I mean, as I said before, in general, the working conditions are good. And when I'm so modest and just saying they are good, they are actually in some countries awesome. I mean, we work 7-8 hours a day, and we we earn on the positive side of 150,000 euros a year, and we go home and we don't have any homework. We don't take anything home unless you have been in trouble or so. We have a little bit of shift work, and so I think in general the controllers in Europe do not complain. There might be some smaller differences, but what I'm going to say here is something I said as a European president of the controllers. I was sometimes invited to speak at the A4E conferences. For those who don't know A4E, it's Airlines for Europe, something that Michael O'Leary started together with EasyJet and a few others because they were not 100% happy with IATA's position all the time, so they started A4E, and I was invited to talk there. So one of the things that I said is that having enough controllers is usually good for the overall system. It's good for the health of the people in the system. People who feel comfortable within the system deliver more and deliver a higher productivity than people who are overworked and cannot deliver. I think we can all agree on that, and I got all the people from A4E to agree to that statement. So the problem is that when we have crisis, then we tend to reduce our training of controllers, like in 2008-9. Then we stopped training controllers, and we had for 5 years, we had enough controllers. But then in 2014-15, it picked up again, and we were really short in 2018-19 of controllers in Europe. And then the crisis came, and then some countries made the mistake again. So now we are back to traffic numbers, so we are short again. And so I said to the people for A4E, and every time you do this as a management, my salary goes up by 20%. Because the only thing you have to pay me is money. I'm the only one who can do overtime. I'm the only one who can do it because we are only the people. There's no, you cannot find them unemployed air traffic controllers out there. They are not there. So every time, that's why we have these very positive working conditions. So we are at a stage now where at least in Denmark and a few other countries, they don't really want more money. They want enough people. So because they want their days off, they want holidays. I mean, we are down to 8 holidays, 8 days of holiday in Denmark. That means 2 times 4. So you can put weekends in between. So you have 14 days in the summertime. But there's no possibility to have 3 weeks or anything like that. It's impossible these days because, and it used to be 10 to 12 days, but now we are down to, so this is how it goes. You reduce all these, so we can have holidays in November if you like, and so there we have time to do it. But this is what I think people want today. They want enough staff, and then they want a little bit of reasonable working conditions, because then they also deliver more. And it will cost a little bit extra in crisis times, like during COVID, but I'm almost sure you get the money back afterwards. And that's the long-term thinking that we would like to have a little bit of influence on, how we create that influence and how we create the thinking that it might be a better idea to do this, because having enough controllers also avoid that you have to raise the salaries all the time. So you save money in the long run, but I have tried to argue this for a couple of years now. It seems difficult. For me, it's rational and it makes sense and all that, but apparently the system creates something else. And right now in Denmark, they have negotiations about a salary increase. And overtime pay, now you have to hold hats and glasses, so we are up to overtime pay for 3,000 euros a day now. It's to get people to come to work one day, 7.5 hours. It's not healthy. I tell you, you get a very, very strange relationship to money. It's not good for anyone. It's they actually said no. The controllers, we don't want that much money. I mean, they say we can't accept this any longer. It's too much. It's. Yeah, but then you can talk to the Danish tax authorities because they charge you 60% in tax, so it's not that much money at the end. So, but yeah. Now, a few words about. That was a mistake from you, huh? No. No, but I still think it's about creating this long-term thinking, and how we create it is very, very difficult. But as Steen and I think it was Michael who looked at the security staff in Germany, or the handlers, ground handler, yeah, and there it's the same, just in a different scale, that we have to think. Maybe long term is 3 to 5 years, and in our industry it's 5, 10, 15 years or whatever. But that thinking needs to be something that we think how we can create that. Yeah.
See, apologies for that. So talking of working condition, I want to pick up on something that also Anna mentioned in the context of air traffic controllers who have apparently business-to-business contracts, apart from my doubts as a lawyer of how that works. But I wanted to come back to Liam, because we have seen this issue appear in several countries on the use of self-employment for aviation, be it for pilots, cabin crews, or other air traffic controller stuff. And my question from a trade union perspective, this is a challenge, which of course is not only for aviation, but we see it in aviation. How do you deal with this, which is essentially a threat for the whole framework of establishing working conditions? Is the idea that the trade union should start also negotiating conditions for self-employed to an extent, or is court litigation the only way to fight against this phenomenon? We have seen a case in the UK concerning self-employed pilots. So is it more a kind of expanding social dialogue, or is litigation the only way?
Okay, so. Just again, I can only speak about the Irish context. So in aviation in Ireland, the question of bogus self-employment is a question that's really kind of located kind of in one company. So the only company that has used self-employment is Ryanair. No one else has used it. Aer Lingus don't have people who are self-employed. They certainly don't have bogus self-employed people. Kind of, it's not a question, and it doesn't arise in ground handling, and even in Ryanair. So I just want to share with colleagues, in 2017, when Ryanair decided to recognise unions in Ireland for the first time, in the negotiations that kind of I was personally at, kind of Ryanair, we raised this question of bogus self-employment for pilots, and Ryanair said, for the Dublin base, for people who don't want to be self-employed, they can come and work directly for Ryanair. For people who want to be self-employed, kind of, we've no interest in making them employees. So people were made that offer. You can come and work for us, or you can remain as self-employed. There was about 160 pilots who were self-employed at that time. From memory now, 2017 is a long time ago. From memory, 140 of the people who were self-employed chose to remain self-employed. Right? So, to my mind, kind of, in the Irish context, the best way of dealing with this question is through collective bargaining. So, kind of, to make demands on the employer, kind of, that if you want pilots to work in Ryanair or in any other airline, kind of, they have to be employees. Right? Litigation in Ireland is cumbersome. It's long-winded. I was explaining to a colleague earlier on that we have 17 employment rights statutes in Ireland, covering a whole range of things from redundancy to working time. Within them 17 pieces of legislation, there are 5 definitions of worker or employee. So you can imagine, kind of, this is a lawyer's paradise, kind of, in terms of being able to. So to my mind, collective bargaining is the best way to deal with this question. But simply talking about aviation, the question of bogus self-employment is a minor problem in aviation in Ireland compared to the size of the problem in construction in Ireland, where kind of 30% of the construction labour force are bogus self-employed. And it's a huge problem. So I'm not saying Ireland, again, is any different than anywhere else, but in Ireland, the question of bogus self-employment in aviation kind of is not kind of the principal issue that concerns unions on a day-to-day basis. It continues to be the normal stuff, pay and working time and all that type of stuff.
So thank you very much. And it's interesting that you mentioned the number in construction being 60%. Anna, you wanted to add something about lot.
Yes, well, the point is to make it clear. Sorry. To make it clear, in Poland, lot have 80% of the pilot on the B2B, and the point is that in Poland, the payment, the cost of the employee are too high. If, as a owner of the company, I have to give to the government 65% of payments to the employee, that's a little bit too much. I believe, well, because we do not receive nothing from that, and we have to have the private healthcare, private security, etc., etc. This is completely nonsense. So the people say, okay, we go to the B2B, but the question to you as a lawyer is what kind of the contract B2B there is signed? Because in lot, we have situation that the pilot get the money if he fly, but if there is a storm, if there is some cancellation or whatever, even if he was ready to work, he do not get nothing. He get nothing. So, well, this is crazy situation. But from my point of view, let's look from the politics of the government, and there was a lot of mistakes, which I don't want to mention now. Sorry.
Right. So for the more specific question about labor law in Poland, of course, I will refer you to our Polish members. From my more European perspective, I'm always surprised when you can have a self-employment contract where you have your working time perfectly determined by the user undertaking, the place where you work perfectly determined by the user undertaking, and so on and so forth. And I don't suppose you negotiate your price every time you have to fly the airplane, but I will not get into this debate more than that. Anyway, my final question for the air traffic controllers side deals with conflict, of course, and it has been again mentioned this morning in the context of the Ryanair initiative concerning the air traffic controllers in the country where I work, France, but it is a broader issue. So I wanted to ask you, because you have had also direct experience of this conflict, and also Tom, although in a different perspective. So air traffic controllers strikes are necessarily very disruptive and directly visible, let's say, and it's difficult to communicate correctly on this with the public, which is impacted by this. So what is your perspective on this? How do you make a successful strike or collective action, let's say, from air traffic controllers?
Well, first of all, when the gentlemen came to my company asking about help, they coming with the one message: we want to rid of our boss, and that was only one point. And that was to refer to my first story, that the lack of the skills of management, the knowledge of the management was tragic, really tragic, because we have, as far as I find out, something like 22 sexual harassment cases and many others, and everything all the times are in court. So when we start to talk and try to find out what is what we have, what kind of the tools we have, I find out very quickly that everything what's going on with the air traffic controller, it's question of the life of the all people are on the air. They can do nothing. And there is nothing than sitting and crossing the fingers to good landing. And the pilot who, for example, when we have almost everywhere single person operation, and there was the story that when there was the single person operation, the person lost his mind. He was ill, and he was, and no one can help in this moment. There was COVID, the doors was closed from the inside, and there was really, really dangerous situation. Nobody knows about it. So we say, okay, all the condition and all what's going on inside agency, there is a question of the saving. And my first connection was, of course, with the problem of Polish problem with Smolensk, and there was exactly the lack of the Russian controllers. Okay, I don't want to talk about the Polish army pilots who thinks that they could fly even on the doors. But if the controller will say, no way, you are not allowed to landing, maybe the story will go other way. So we stress the first position, okay, we start to fight about this safety procedure, and we try to regulate, seriously regulate, SPO, single person operation. Second level of the information we passed by was, okay, but safety is as well the question of mobbing, of sexual harassment, because we have the cases when the controller was on duties and there was somebody from HR coming and give him paper of fire. Well, I don't think so that on this moment any one of you will be able to continue the work and be able to, I don't know, even if I will have the speech and I will get this kind of the message, most probably I will stand up and going out. But come on, we are on, with so many people on the air. And next, we send the message that the trust is something which you have to build and not buy. There is nothing about the money. Of course, there was the issue that Mr. Janiszewski, the chairman or the president, makes the promotion or give the money to the people without any valuation, without any, just because he feels like the huge king on his kingdom. So I believe we are not anymore in the Middle Age era, and it's not this kind of the way to manage the quite smart people. And on the end, the government side, first they try to stress us and fear us, because until this strike, this conflict, they was able to stress everyone, the lawyer, the medicine people, everyone start to feel not enough secure to continue fighting. We say, okay, whatever will happen, we are going. And personally, I receive so many letters that somebody will kill me, somebody will rape me, somebody, well, all of that was happened. Girls read it. It was not nice. Let's say not nice. But when the government find out on the first commission in Parliament that we are not going to step back, and when they start to lie directly to us, we just stand up and going out of the room with the saying that we are not going to talk with the liars. and we are not going to, we are going to continue what we are doing, and the 1st of May you will see what does it mean when the airplane will start to have delayed of the 2, 3, 4, 5 hours to start, and the 1st of June there will be nobody, exactly nobody. Then we have the quite tough negotiation, like with all respect, the Turkish bazaar with the government. That was exactly like that. I've been working a few years in Israel, so I know how to do it in the Turkish bazaar, but I will never ever thought that this kind of the negotiation can be in the serious business, not monkey business. But so we say, okay, wherever you say, we do not believe you. We are waiting for the fact. We're waiting for really not making the single person operation. We are waiting of the changing management, which happened. That was our first step, that Mr. Janiszewski was fired. They're coming the new person. As far as I know, she already has some problem with the Supreme Audit Office, but that will be next crisis in the few years. I will tell you in the few years. If that was answer on your question, or you have some more.
Don't worry. If I have additional questions, I will come back to that. And I wish also to stress that it's kind of horrifying, of course, to hear what you had to endure in the context of social dialogue. So that's also part, probably, of our reflection on industrial relations, what it means in practice sometimes. So Tom, what is your perspective on collective action of air traffic controllers?
I think you should find a French air traffic controller or French. Strikes in Europe amongst air traffic controllers are limited, I would say. France is the worst case, of course. I have never really understood how it works in France, but maybe you know a little bit more. But I know that they have 4 different unions of air traffic controllers, and the ones in Brest and in Marseille, they like to annoy Michael O'Leary. So because he likes to fly that track down there from Ireland and from the UK, and all his aircrafts are very, very influenced by the what happens in Brest and Brest. Bretonian there, they have a different way of, but you might be an expert on that. The other area, and when we are here, another country that is has some experience with strikes is Italy. And I have learned over the years that you have different levels of strikes and all that. But what I can say about strikes is what I have participated to. And in Denmark, we are not allowed to strike as air traffic controllers because we signed an agreement that we are public servants, it's infrastructure. So we do not go on strike. And then for that, they have to, if they want to sack us, they have to pay us 3 years' salary. So that was the deal that was made. So we are public servants and we can't really go on strike. But you can go on strike anyway, because there's other ways to disturb the system. And first of all, the very simple trick that has been used this time is to not do overtime. So if you stop doing overtime, you already disturb the system, and disturbance to the system in capacity is you have to wait at the airport or in the air to land at the airport. It's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, depending on time of day and so forth, and how many people you have sick and so forth, but it disturbs the system. And selling that message, that was the question, selling that message of disturbing the public transport system, because people who wants to go on holidays, they get upset when they are delayed, first in security and then because of ATC. And the airport is very good at telling that it is because of ATC, but you can. The way it has been done this time is by doing a lot of overtime for quite a while and then stop doing overtime. Then you can sell the message that now we have had enough of overtime. Now we don't want to do more overtime. That has been successful to a certain extent, because the company countered with telling how much we earn. And the public do not really have an understanding of people who are well paid and are sort of not willing to go the extra mile to make things work. So there's been, I would say, a 50-50 thing in the public in communicating this issue. Steen could probably give me the more objective opinion on how it stands there, but then you always have the, as Anna said there, the safety argument. Because you can always say you're tired, you don't want people. I mean, so if you put the safety argument in there, you're a little bit better positioned for the argumentation. And by the way, I found that the public opinion plays a role, but it's not that important when it gets to the problem that you're short of staff. Because, as I said before, there's no unemployed air traffic controllers, and there's only that amount of people who can do the work. So the negotiation, whether you lost the public opinion or not, it might have a little bit of an influence, but you still have the strong arguments that you are short of staff, and you need the staff. You need to motivate them to come to work, and that's always a favorable position. I would have hoped that the person from the Commission was here, because they do not help at all in this matter. I just need to make a point that airlines think in 3 months, 6 months terms. They have next quarter. If they make money in that quarter or in the next 6 months is very important for them. And that thinking is going straight into the Commission's way of thinking. So the airlines complain, especially O'Leary. I don't know why he has so much power, but apparently, or at least is listened to that much. And then that hinders that they can think long term. Because everything is ANSPs are measured 1 year at a time. So if you measure 1 year, then you have to show something within 1 year. And if you have a 5 to 10 year plan of how many people you need or so, they don't really care. And that paradox or that way of discussing is very difficult for the long-term thinking. But how we can solve that problem, argue. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And of course, as an Italian working in France, both my countries have been mentioned as good examples of successive collective actions. Anyway, to conclude my rounds of questions, I will come back to Liam with a broader question again to profit from your experience. We have seen along the project in some countries a rediscovering of the interest of sectoral collective agreements or multi-employer bargaining, or bargaining over an entire airport, an entire supply chain. And this seems to be, in a way, come back into fashion with the crisis. And when things go bad, we rediscover the interest of having standards. So what's your perspective, and what is also an Irish perspective as the only common law country in the European Union, the perspective on how to organize multi-employer bargaining in the aviation industry?
Okay, so in Ireland, you're right, we have a common law system, but we also have the facility to have sectoral bargaining. But it is entirely voluntary. You can't force the employers to the table. But where we do have sectoral bargaining, so we have sectoral bargaining in the construction sector. But what sectoral bargaining does, it creates minimum standards. It doesn't create maximum standards. It creates a floor level of benefits for workers. And as I said earlier, Ireland has practically full employment. So where you have sectoral kind of bargaining now, the floor is usually kind of ignored, because in order to get people to come into the sector, well then, to work in the sector, you have to pay them kind of beyond what the floor levels of employment are. We have a high rate of minimum wage as well, which is set at national level kind of through a social, a kind of a quasi-social social partnership system, social dialogue system. But I think myself, as I said earlier, one of the things that the trade unions and movement of Ireland is concerned about is the next crisis in aviation and where it's coming from. And I think the role that social dialogue can play is preparing the sector for the next crisis. In Ireland we've had traditionally aviation plans so national aviation plans that the government design in consultation with the social partners. And up until now, they've all been about how you grow the aviation sector, how you grow the infrastructure, how you grow capacity at airports, how you attract new airlines into the country, how many more routes can you attract, can you grow cargo, do you build railways to the airports, all that type of stuff. But the civil service thinking at the moment, the people who advise our ministers are saying maybe that trajectory is no longer available to us, because the climate crisis that the world is facing means that perhaps aviation can't continue to grow. That we have to have aviation maybe has reached its peak, and in order to make a contribution to resolving the climate crisis, that aviation perhaps has to stop growing. And in that context then, like other industries, we do need to plan for a just transition for workers in aviation. So if tomorrow we have 1,000 air traffic controllers in Europe, and because we have a lower level of activity in the aviation sector that we only need 700, what do we do with them 300 air traffic controllers who perhaps have 30 or 40 years of their career left to work? Can we retrain them to do other things? I think one of the challenges that aviation is facing is the question of how aviation responds to the climate crisis, and can it continue on the growth trajectory that it currently has. So sectoral bargaining and social dialogue at sectoral level has a big role to play in all of that. I'm not so sure in Ireland that wages and normal terms and conditions of employment will ever be determined in the aviation sector by sectoral bargaining, because we have a very dominant employer who doesn't like that type of thing, doesn't like trade unions full stop, but has been forced to deal with trade unions, but certainly doesn't like the idea of collaborating with other airlines or anything like that So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. So I want to open the floor for a couple of questions, but I'm also mindful to leave enough time for our discussant to react. So if you have questions, now is the time. Please be short and to the point, and same thing for the eventual answers. Anybody wants to ask a question? Right. So if there is nobody for the question, I will directly go to Dara, and you still have an opportunity to ask another one afterwards. Dara, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marco. Good afternoon, all. It's great to be here. So my name is Dara Golden. I'm from the University College Dublin. First disclaimer is that I'm not a labour lawyer, so we'll get that out of the way. What I am is an industrial relations scholar, and my interest lies in transnational labour activism. And so to date, my research has looked at the transnational Ryanair strikes of 2017, and also the European citizens' initiatives that were undertaken by European labour federations. And I'll come back to both of those things, because I think they can I can tie them into what was being spoken about today. So my job effectively is trying to take those threads and try and pull them all together to give us some food for thought. And there was plenty there sort of try and engage with. And the first thing that stands out to me is obviously the heterogeneity that's within the European Union. So we've got a flavour of just 3 different countries, so between Poland and Denmark, and the working conditions and how they're kind of almost worlds apart in many ways. But nonetheless, in the sort of envious position of Tom, and listening to you, I now know I made a career mistake, but nonetheless, you did make the comment that through, deregulation, which has happened over the past 3 decades, and in the European context, the deregulation of aviation is held up as one of the success stories of European integration. But nonetheless, it has affected working conditions to various degrees in different countries. So whereas in Denmark, it's, the holidays have been affected, and that has, has implications. Then on the other hand, we see that, in Poland, you're going down this kind of more self-employment, B2B trajectory, and that's, very different. And so one of the things perhaps within the European context, and that's where we are, and we're in the European Economic and Social Committee, and one of the important things that was when I was looking at the Ryanair case of 2017 and trying to understand why was it successful, because for 3 decades Ryanair had easily ignored trade unions, both in Ireland but also in other countries such as Denmark, whereby they just moved their bases outside. And we heard earlier today that that sort of mobility with the mode of production sort of facilitates that. So, but one of the key factors in it was a European flight time limitations regulation, but even when it happened, it didn't make too much great fuss, it certainly was an important factor in bringing Ryanair to recognise trade unions. So the European level is always going to be an important level with that. And it's probably the same with the, renegotiating the EU services regulation, that it certainly has a role to play, and the Commission has a responsibility there to ensure that that happens. So that's kind of diversity can be managed probably best at the European level. And I suppose what I got as well from both hearing Anna and Tom, kind of, and Liam to a certain extent as well, was that health and safety in aviation oftentimes kind of is critical. It's obviously a really important situation. The more traffic that's in the skies, the more pressure that's going to be on air traffic controllers, and ensuring that the working conditions are good working conditions is important. And Tom mentioned, that it's not about the money as well. It's not necessarily, that's not the be-all and the end-all of things. People want decent working conditions. They want to be able to work, but they also want to be able to go home, and they want to be able to sort of enjoy their lives in that way as well. And that was very much true in the Ryanair case, because when Ryanair got into trouble, and effectively, I'm not going to get into how there was a regime shift within the aviation, but there was basically Michael O'Leary tried to buy back holiday time from pilots and was willing to sort of throw money at the problem, okay? Saying €12,000, if you come work these few months and, get us out of this bind, then we will, come back. But the pilots stood together and stood firm and said, it's not about money. There's other more important things that need to be considered. So the health and safety is obviously paramount, and it never escapes me that when we are talking about aviation, and obviously labour scholars, there's a common term, and we're all familiar with it, and we use the term, race to the bottom. in aviation, that takes on a whole new meaning. That's, because the consequences are unthinkable, they're unfathomable. But nonetheless, that's why it's important that we keep the focus on the health and safety sort of issue of things. So, I would say that I think it's interesting. Tom, I do some teaching in a business school, and where you sort of say, management are paid to think long term, but then, it's kind of like, and you've said that their focus is always on the next 6 months and the next, that sounds like a challenge that requires, serious thinking. It also ties in with a just transition and how, how that might be tackled, whether it is the sort of the economic model of continuous growth, to infinity and beyond, and as if there's no kind of consequences. That needs to be given serious consideration. And at the top of today's discussion, Davide, you started off by sort of saying as well that passengers are and passenger traffic is also a driver of change within the sector, and it's a structural aspect of it. And this is where I'm kind of, tomorrow I noticed when I was walking through the corridors there that tomorrow is ECI Day. Okay, so the European Citizens Initiative, and like I said, I've done research on it, and EPSI's successful 2012 European Citizens Initiative about, water as a human right and trying to stop its commodification, which was coming under pressure because of times of austerity. And it seems to me that kind of, and I've spoken to colleagues about this at various stages throughout the day, is that, and it links into the last question on the conflict issue, and yes, if we had a traffic controller from France, that could give us an idea to think about. But we all know that effectively what Ryanair and Michael O'Leary are doing at the moment is almost using the idea of a European Citizens Initiative in reverse, because any time now you're going to check in on your Ryanair flight, you're going to get the notification to say, sign the petition. And of course, the narrative is that because, you don't want your freedom of movement rights to be intervened with. But, this was, and Marco said this point to me earlier, this is the first time that, Michael Leary has come to defend the rights of EU citizens. Of anyone. So, but nonetheless, it's a development that seems to be there, and within the literature that I look at, and I look at some work on the gig economy, and there they talk about platform power. That you have this, that businesses try to leverage this platform power, and it scares policymakers and politicians because they're thinking of their next, re-election. So it is a kind of an interesting sort of space to be sort of definitely what's happening with it, and it remains to be seen. What happens there. It's also interesting that Liam correctly pointed out that when it came to the wage subsidy schemes, that Ryanair did participate in it, but then, on the other hand, decide not to engage in social dialogue. And oftentimes, whenever, and Ireland knows this as well from having received a bailout, that when you receive money, normally there's conditionality attached, yeah, and it means you have to, introduce water charges or something along those lines. And similarly, in this case, there should be a degree of conditionality attached to if a company receives, subsidies, or that there is a kind of an onus or a responsibility and an obligation that they sit down with the social partners and sit at the table and engage with the dialogue. So, I'll park it there. Thank you for a very interesting discussion, and yeah.
So thank you very much, Dara. Thank you very much. I will not take any more time because we are perfectly on time. So I will. There is a. Oh, Anna, please.
I would like to say to all of you, thank you for the invitation. That's first. Maybe I should do it on the beginning, but I heard here about the crisis, a future, about the different situation in the different company. I believe that all of you personally have your own number to your private doctor. Am I right? I see, yes, I am. So try to imagine that all the crisis, all the issue situation is like the illness. All the company, all the trade union should have the telephone to the person like me in your own country, the crisis communication manager. We are not, a lot of us are on the air, on the field, but we really can help. So I wish you all the best, and I suppose we will see each other with the other crises in the future.
So thank you, Anna, and until the next crisis, of course. I will not add anything to what it has been said. I think there are interesting topics that interlink in this session, and we have spoken of the just transition and the future. And when Tom says, we have reduced our holidays, that's maybe the answer to the fact that there are now 300 too many air traffic controllers. Maybe they should have more holidays and keep the 1,000 air traffic controllers that we have, which links into debates about reduction of working time, which are very relevant also in the context of just transition. And when we have, all those charges for airlines, when you take a flight and you want an extra baggage or fast track lane, etc. So maybe you have an extra charge to have an air traffic controller who has had the time to spend the holidays with their family, their kids, and so we need air traffic controllers who also have the time to be painters to some extent. So thank you very much for this very interesting debate. Now we have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and we will reconvene at 4 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
So, the last panel, we may start if you want. I want to thank all the participants to this roundtable today in Brussels for the final conference of the Varroa project. I want to thank in particular all the hosts, social partners, expert discussants that convene here to discuss with us, because it's very important, I think, to have an exchange of ideas about this complex item of the Varroa project, that's industrial relations, varieties of industrial relations in aviation sector in 7 countries in Europe. And in this last panel, we would like to focus on the how to strengthen collective bargaining and social dialogue as an inclusive tool to manage future challenges. So I rely directly with the last words said by Darag Golden and Marco Rocca in the previous panel. And I introduce you I am Fausta Guerriello, professor of labor law of the University of Pescara, Italy, and I am the coordinator of this Varroa project. And in the round table, my hosts, the hosts of the project are Daniela Modonesi, well known today by all the participants, because Fabrizio Cuscito he doesn't come because of the engagement, sudden engagement in Italy. Owen Coates, Secretary of the European Transport Federation, and Bastian de Bruijn, I don't know if, more or less, of the employers organization at EU level, ACI Europe, and we have also the other representative of employers organization, well known because he speaks in the morning. Carpentier, Mr. Carpentier, from NAA Europe. So we have 2 employers' organizations in this last panel at European level. Also, Daniela Modonesi, now she speaks as Italian unionist, but we know that she is also a representative of European Transport Federation for ground handling. So, and last but not least, Nicola Contouris, now president, no, not president, I don't know, director of the Trade Union Institute in Brussels, and professor of labor law at University College of London as discussant of this panel. You may, I introduce briefly this panel only for give the floor to the hosts, and they can intervene freely about the different topics that we are facing in this panel. So the second one, okay. So this panel would focus on some new trends that emerge in the course of the Varroa project, and investigating in particular in some case studies, the second one, sorry, towards the centralization and greater coordination of collective bargaining in air transport sector as a response to the pandemic crisis and the fragmentation of collective bargaining, which is until now predominantly at company level. We observed this trend in many case studies and also in the national reports as a sort of a new trend, as a sort of, I don't say direct consequences, but anyway, the COVID have accentuated this maybe previously trend, but now is very, there are a big awareness of the necessity, of the need to coordinate better the collective bargaining at national level, where in general is no present a sectoral or branch agreement, but in all our countries, except from Italy, there are not a sectoral collective agreement. So Daniela could briefly say something about this Italian experience of the sectoral collective agreement with some peculiarities, in fact. But we considered, our partners have underlined in the report, in the national report and in case studies, a sort of need of necessity of a response to the crisis, the past crisis of COVID crisis, but also next crisis arriving with safety nets, for example, and some countries as Italy, Spain, could respond better than others because they are able to organize a safety net, whether legal or negotiated. In this discussion, I would like to ask to Daniela the negotiated role for set this safety net, very useful in the case of COVID. Next one, please. Yeah. Lesson learned from the crisis. This is the subject of the conclusive remarks by Michael Doherty. I want only to recall, they discuss all the day about this. We observe social and employment crisis due to the pandemic with layoffs, resignation, skill shortage, deterioration of working conditions and wage cuts. And we try to explain this new trend to better coordination with the search for greater resilience through recomposition of negotiation aimed at coordinating collective bargaining, otherwise dispersed and not proper to the smooth functioning of the air transport value chain. There are, the next one, some obstacle, but you may read, fragmentation. I want only underline this first aspect because we have two employers' organization and also at European level. We think that one obstacle in this sector is the fragmentation of actors on the two sides, employers in particular, and also on the side of workers, because we have professional unions and general unions. And also other aspect very important, we said all the afternoon, is the challenge brought by the low-cost companies, organizational model on national industrial relations system. In all our countries, we know the well-known case with not only Ryanair, but specifically Ryanair. The withdrawal of the public actor from industrial relations. In this aspect, we want to underline that is not a withdrawal from the quantitative point of view, but on the support of industrial relation, for industrial relation, qualitative point of view. And the other aspect that we already mentioned, the last one is exposure to great transformation prompted by the twin transitions. This is a problem for all the world of work, but also aviation has specific issues at this point of view. And I finished with the last, yes, we consider that one suggestion could be for our discussion of this panel. Some trends emerge from the viral project aiming at coordinating and strengthening industrial relations and social dialogue in line with the EU Commission communication and proposal of Council recommendation to Member States issued in January 2023. From this point of view, I underline only these 3 points. The suggestion of the Commission to better coordinating collective bargaining in multi-employer bargaining units. In the proposal of Council recommendation to Member States supporting collective bargaining, in particular at sectoral level, in order to raise the coverage rate of collective agreements in national system at least at 80% of coverage. Also, this coming from the minimum wage directive requirement. And last but not least, strengthening effectiveness of European sectoral social dialogue to respond to common challenges in order to make the aviation sector more resilient to crisis. So is exactly the point of the starting point of this panel. I was only to add a specific point, that is this peculiar situation of the aviation sector. That is a sector internationalized a lot, but with this strange situation according to industrial relations that are national and are in the fact at company level. This is a problem for this sector and this supply chain, and I want to recall the idea that there are a global dimension in this sector, and we can ask to the social partners that knows this new evolution, the idea that at international level, this is a campaign by International Trade Union Transport Federation, the starting negotiation, tripartite negotiation at the ILO for trying to arrive in some years to some guidelines. I know said convention on aviation work, but some guidelines at international level for tackle the challenges of the aviation sector at international level. So I ask to some of you, Daniela, I think, because she participated to this, or Oin, to this technical meeting that take place in Geneva last April, and give us some ideas about this. Please. You have the floor.
Okay. So I will just respond to the last thing you asked, and then maybe further on we'll talk about the specific Italian case. The ILO meeting was really, really good. we've been waiting for 10 years because it occurs only every 10 years. And we were wanting to have a convention on standards and on safety, which was lacking, and we still don't have a convention. But indeed, this tripartite meeting has seen employers, governments, and trade unions working a lot on a text. I must say that governments were really very close to what we were saying as trade unionists. The meeting was a technical meeting on a green, inclusive, and sustainable recovery of the aviation sector. And it means that it really tackled all the important points, and not least. The last one was not the fact of inclusiveness. We really have many points in which ILO will commit to do things. So we'll probably have in the coming months, not before because it takes time, but like a meeting of experts trying to tackle the safety issues and the inclusiveness and all the gender biases that we experienced in the sector. So this is something on which ETF will work a lot together with the international ITF organization. We will all work on it because finally it is put on paper and it's not just talk. So yeah, it's strange if you see it from outside, just a technical meeting, but this is what it is. We discussed for long hours on words. We had some issues, I must say, with the employers' representatives. Maybe one of the points was that we did not have those many employers' organizations that work on the sector. We had more people working in Geneva. I would say that maybe this could have been better if we had more airlines. And, okay, ACI was there, but people committed and know what the work is. So I think that the recommendation is really good, and that's it for this point. I wouldn't say anything else.
Bastian?
Good afternoon. I'm new to the conference, so I'll introduce myself and make a few statements just to help and facilitate and close the discussion. Well, have a good final session. My name is Bastiaan de Bruyne. I work with ACI Europe, that is the Airport Council, so the European airports. And I participate together with Daniela, we co-chair the Social Dialogue Working Group on Ground Handling, specifically. Herman is also there. And it's good to maybe look back a little bit from our perspective, because I think I was asked to say a bit what we did in the social dialogue. Well, here in Europe, what we saw is that during COVID, we had big job losses, and it made us reconsider how we work. And in essence, I think we've changed focus in the social dialogue, a bit from the confrontation towards looking at making the sector more attractive and improving for us as airports, improving the attractiveness of airports as a workplace as a whole. So I think there were about 32 or 40,000 jobs lost. Steer, a consultancy, was tasked by the Commission to look at the impact of COVID on aviation, and they found that number, which is about 25% of staff in ground handling. And that meant that when air travel resumed, it was quite difficult in some places to get restarted and to find the people to do the work. And I think you will have discussed that in the places, in the countries where you had better wage support systems, that there was, better stability. And I think that was another finding, that social stability and operational resilience go hand in hand, which makes it very practical for me to explain to airports why this is important. During the pandemic, I was trying to find an overview of all these wage systems, but it's quite difficult to find that, and also to see what is there. And also, if you look at numbers, of course, the intensity of the support was amazing in its range. It goes from a few hundred euros one-off to months of full salary. So that was quite a big difference there, and that is of course logical. This is something from member states, but it is telling you And it's the same for state aid support, where we saw these huge differences between countries, where, for example, countries like Germany paid about maybe half of all the state aid in total. And that is, of course, also helping the stability of your sector and how you get out of the pandemic. Now, maybe a few words on individual airports. You mentioned that you know, this is also something that companies look at their individual level. So some airports took, I think, unprecedented measures. The example that comes to my mind is Amsterdam Airport, an airport that I know very well, but I think they did something exceptional, because they had an issue with staff, and they because a lot of that is outsourced. It is really one of those airports where you see the most competition in all pieces, be it security, cleaning, ground handling. But what they did is they stepped in, and they provided, as an airport, wage support, so additional wages to all workers, so from all third parties, which was about 15,000 people. And they took that from their own pocket, and it was about 55 million euros in total, just to get through. And I think that was last year, and that was also on the basis of a collective agreement. So there you see I think a big change, you know, where competition is recalibrated and this whole idea of outsourcing is reconsidered. And if you listen to these big airports, the tone has changed. It's much more that we as an airport, we as a team at an airport, it's not so much anymore outsourcing and getting rid of the responsibility, maybe just, you know, including, be more inclusive and increasing the responsibility. So that is really a change of tone there. And again, it comes with financial investments. Now again, we work together with the ground handling association here in Brussels, ASA. And we looked at, okay, what can we do, and how should we look at these rules? And if you speak to people from the Commission, I think the whole mentality has been for 20, 30 years on, you know, more competition, outsourcing, and it has been successful. I think you mentioned that. But maybe we need to recalibrate. At least that is our position. So recalibrate competition, practically speaking, with operational, social sustainability and resilience. And that is what we've been looking at as airports. We've been looking at what you can do in terms of collective agreements beyond the minimum. And we've also found some interesting examples of voluntary measures. For example, in London, where at the airport there's what they call the London living wage, which is a few pounds per hour to give extra to people, you know, to survive them, to help them live in the vicinity of that airport. Now, we are also changing our tone. I mean, we are encouraging airports to look at what they can do, and there's national legal differences, but we encourage them to do more social dialogue, and also, you know, look at what they can do in terms of collective agreement approaches. And to be very practical, when you outsource something like, be it ground handling or cleaning, you still have, or security, you still have some influence in when you select companies. So you can define minimum standards and you can make minimum requirements. You can also say things about, you know, the transfer of staff from one contract to the other. You can prohibit subcontracting. So there are things you can do, and I think that is very reasonable to increase social stability and to really help everybody in the end. So again, in the social dialogue here in Brussels, so we meet once per year with workers and employers, and also people from the ground coming to Brussels in a room in Borchet, which is a meeting center less nice than this one, and but the coffee is the same. And I think again the focus has changed from confrontational to more looking at the attractiveness of the sector, and specifically for us airports as a workplace. And again, this should ultimately improve the operational stability and resilience. So that goes hand in hand. So I think that's where we stand. Thank you.
Well, thank you, firstly, for having us. It's nice to be here. I think I spoke at the opening conference in Rome, so there's a nice holistic thing to this. And just to say as well, and when we heard about this project first, I think the timing could not have been better. And I think you've probably seen from what Bastian has said, the mentality has certainly shifted in European social dialogue, and I also think the fact that we have, an equal number of employers and unions here as well shows that, we do communicate reasonably well, certainly better than we used to. So it is getting there. Just to kind of bring it out a little bit and give more of a holistic approach. So at ETF, we represent every sector, ATM, ground, and cabin, which allows me to, and pilot, sorry, they'll give out to me, which will kind of allows you to make comparisons between the different sectors and kind of understand the system as an ecosystem. And one of the things that we see, obviously, as everybody has seen, the shortage of workers in airports that we had last year. I think we're still struggling this year as well. But it is a food chain to some extent, and the top of that food chain is the airlines. And we have, Dara, you mentioned the race to the bottom phrase, and I think that's still very much the case, because in a sense it comes down to the mathematics of pricing, both for the consumer and both for the airline. Everyone wants to make a profit along the way. The same also for ATC charges and route airspace charges. Everyone wants to make a profit along the way. But the ones at the bottom of this food chain are the ground handlers and their workers. And this is a significant challenge that we have. And we've been very critical of if in most cases where airlines are putting significant pressure on ground handlers to reduce their costs, which are predominantly labour, which means that we ended up having low-paid, very precarious jobs in the ground handling sector, which have become unattractive. And that's a very economist model of it, but nonetheless it's and simplified, but nonetheless that's the basic bare bones of it. The issue we also have now, since the pandemic, is I think the public have had a realization that aviation isn't all that wonderful. And I always phrase it the Pan Am effect. Everyone thinks when they work in aviation, they work in Pan Am. We don't work there anymore. And I think that idea is finally, a myth has finally been busted. And now aviation is competing with every single aspect of society and of the economy. We have workers working that previously worked in aviation for decades, again, mostly on the ground, working in every single sector of the economy, in hospitality, in retail, in tourism, everywhere. Jobs you would never expect. A 50-year-old ground handler who's been loading bags for the past 30 years is now working behind a check-in counter in your local supermarket. That's the reality that COVID gave us, and that's the reality we still inherit. To look at the airline side a little bit more, and I mean, Herman is our resident expert on all things airlines, but I think what we have seen in recent years, and it's not necessarily due to the pandemic, but we've seen less fragmentation in the airline industry itself. So the airline industry has had a lot of has had a lot of mergers and acquisitions over the past 10 years. It's very much more like the US system, where you have a handful of mega airlines and smaller airlines around the network. And I think to some extent this has changed the dynamic of collective bargaining in Europe, because if you take, I'll use the example of IAG, so it's Aer Lingus, British Airways, Level, Vueling, Iberia, so Spain, UK, Ireland. In those countries traditionally, even in the airlines specifically, you would have individual collective bargaining going on. But that's still the case. You still have individual collective bargaining going on. But what is different this time is all of it is being managed centrally through, at least the cost aspect of it is managed centrally through headquarters. In this case, it would be Madrid, for example. And there is, and airlines coordinate much better on issues of HR. They don't particularly want sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't want internal fighting within an airline group. It's not as productive as it is to fight another airline group, compete with another airline group. So That has changed the dynamic as well. So one of the tasks we have had is to bring the unions together. We're a good bit slower than the airlines are on it, but we're bringing the unions together to deal with these multinational companies. But, you know, with the challenge we have in European sectoral collective or sectoral social dialogue on the airline side is that, you know, most of you will be aware of Airlines for Europe. It's a single entity lobbying, powerful lobby here in Brussels. That's not, we don't negotiate with Airlines for Europe. We negotiate with four different airline groups, each of which has airline groups that are part of that. So 3 layers or 4 layers effectively of communication. You have your airline group, your sectoral social dialogue, and Airlines for Europe. Now, Airlines for Europe does not have the mandate, and again, Herman can give you better information than I can, but they don't have the mandate for social dialogue, which is fine, and to be honest, sometimes works in our favour anyway. But nonetheless, it does make things significantly more complex and complicated. In recent years, I think in the ground handling, we've done very well in sectoral social dialogue. We've come to a lot of common positions, particularly during COVID. It's been much more challenging in the airline side, mostly because the interests of the different groups are so different, particularly when it comes to labour. You have some airline groups who are quite happy with the status quo. You have some airline groups who are actively trying to support the end to precarious work, to temporary agency work, and then you have some groups which are trying to increase the amount of precarious work and lower pay, outsourcing, that sort of thing. So it's very varied. It's very complex, but this is aviation, so if it wasn't complex, it wouldn't be aviation.
So, okay, I want to, about this complexity of the composition of the sector, I give the floor to Daniela for explaining something about Italian experience of a sectoral collective agreement that had to address this complexity of the composition of the world of work in the sector.
Thank you again. I did say something also in the previous panel about sectoral agreement that we have, but I will now talk about 2 things. One is, for who was not there, just recap that we have a sectoral agreement which is not binding, only associations that sign it, so trade unions and associations sign it. So if some company comes from another place, Swissport, that just came in Italy last year, doesn't want to apply it, it is a problem, but they could do it. So we're in negotiations now, but anyway, this was a way, we struggled from 2000, just after liberalization, to find out a way to put together the sector because it was really weak. And we have 6 areas. Some are strong, like the air traffic controllers, and then also airports are quite strong, but then we have the weak ones, handling and catering in it. And we have airlines and companies, which in the beginning was only Alitalia, and there was Alitalia in one section. Now Alitalia is ITA, so it keeps the section. And then there's another section about airlines from other countries who can apply it or not. So we do have many that apply it, but many who don't. This is anyway something that contributes to keep the sector stable, even if it's a challenge every day, because as I told you before, you can also decide not to apply it. Anyway, this way of dialoguing, the social dialogue is very strong in Italy. We do strike, we do go on strike, not so often as it seems, but we do it for our contracts mostly. But as soon as COVID hit, this was one of the places where social dialogue came together. We all came together, trade unions, government, and employers, to find out a way to retain workforce, because everybody knew it was not the first crisis, but it was really tough, just hit from one day to the other, and we all know that people are skilled people that you cannot just build in 2 days. You need people that have like a year training or 3 months training. So we applied to the furlough schemes that the state offered, which was not, let's say that civil aviation never had this, because in general it was seen as a good sector without big problems. Only the mechanical industry, other industries had really ordinary, we'll call it ordinary furlough scheme, cassa integrazione. We had a special one. This special one lasted 2 years. You can use it also in more than 2 years, but it has a 2 years coverage. And all the actors of civil aviation decided to use this, even if it was not specific for the sector, because we knew that the crisis would take long, and so it was better to keep it stable. In Italy, for this sector, we also have a fund that takes money from employers and from workers, but also from taxes, boarding taxes from passengers. And it's a fund that helps the salary in case of cassa integrazione, in case of furlough schemes, because normally you get an amount that is not very high, but this way we could arrive to the 80% of salary of people. And luckily not so many left the industry. What happened after is that it was so quick, the recovery in the 2022, so quick that we needed much more people that was there. And okay, someone did lose their job, and there were the people that had the peak season people. They were not there. So when it restarted from one day to the other, we didn't have them. And we continue on this way. We're still monitoring it, because what is happening now, that social dialogue was very fruitful in that occasion, but now we need to renew our contracts, and we're having issues because companies say they don't have enough money and they need more flexibility. So as trade unions, we continue the fight.
A second round started already with Daniela. I ask you, as European social partners of the two sides of the table, what comments you can, what expectation you have about the communication and proposal of Commission of recommendation to Member States about this support to social dialogue, the idea at European level, but also at national level by national governments. So what you appreciate in this communication is helping you or to make fruitful social dialogue at European level, and in this peculiar way, I want to say, in line of strengthen the coordination of the system of industrial relation at European and national level, and so make more resilient the whole sector of aviation. Please.
Well, I'm not a specialist.
Microphone.
Now it's on. Okay, thank you. Let me go back to 44 or something, 45, the Chicago Convention. When I read the first text about it, it was saying that that was the convention that was a big failure. It was a big failure because it was an attempt, to start with, to open up and to liberalize aviation, to ask countries to open their skies for aviation, for civil aviation, which was necessary for economic growth. And you know, well, after the war, of course, we needed that. It was a mistake because there they decided that every nation remains a nation. And if you want to fly over my country, you have to pay or you have to ask the right something. So actually, it was just an agreement on how to block each other, to exaggerate. I think that's the base of civil aviation, and we are growing slowly out of that. I would say that, of course, with President Carter at the time, I'm jumping already 30, 40 years, starting deregulation. It was, of course, a bit easier in America because you have less borders. But then, of course, the European challenge of the late 90s with the three-phase liberalization was a very good step forward and surprised some airlines, I think, a lot. Just what I'm saying here is it was still only recent that we had very national activity with national airlines, government-owned, very much regulated, etc. And all this has almost blown up in 1 or 2 decades. And that, of course, has impact. It has certainly also still impact on the way we have social dialogue and communication. That's why I think the company level is very strong, because they just grew out of a liberalization. So they come from a government-owned entity to a private entity, and that entails a lot more and more complex negotiations, I guess, and bargaining. Now we're growing slowly out of this, but we need crises to do that. And when this morning there was talk about crises and what do we learn from crisis, I think just look at how you board a plane in 1970 and look at how you board a plane now. There's a big difference, and this is all the result of what we learned over the years in safety matters, security matters, and much others. Technology that improved, and you name it. And wars, also, political issues. So it's a slow process, but where do we want to head? I think, and I'm just doing this work a little bit since 2 years, and we don't have enough time. The first thing is capacity. If we want to build up or to social bargaining on a higher level, we need more capacity. The European Commission is helping, but we see very nice commitments, texts and targets, but in reality, it's not following. I mean, it is following to the sense that we get logistic support and they push us to do a lot of talks and social dialogue, but when we look at improving regulation and all that, it's a bit slow and difficult. So yes, it's good that we have the support, but on the other hand, the process is very slow and difficult. But I think the positive things is that we have had indeed over the last few years already good dialogue and good meetings, and I think we talk more, and that's what I appreciate about the meeting here too. It's not just listening and looking at a presentation, but it's putting some topics up front and then try to discuss them. I think in the aircrew meeting of yesterday we had very important topics. Ground handling, of course, yes, too. There's a lot of topics there. ATM, we're a bit less involved in that, but there's also things happening there. So, and we'll have another plenary meeting, and I think there's a lot of other things. But for instance, the reluctance is still there in getting to a higher level. When we look at the subgroups, for instance, with experts from the member states, interesting discussions. We look at all the issues that are in our sector, but sometimes we only see like 12 to 13 member states participating actively in a discussion. And that through that, it's difficult to really go forward and get to a real common position on that. And that's a little bit my feeling about where we stand. But I think there's hope and there's progress.
Yeah, firstly, to fully agree, I think, with everything Herman has said. I mean, I'll be slightly more critical of the Commission, which is nothing new for the trade union movement, but we, at present, the Commission provides logistical support. They have informed us that they will soon no longer be providing logistical support for social dialogue. In recent months, well, mostly through the ETUC, we've been informed that the intent is now effectively to outsource social dialogue to the social partners. in essence, to deliver a grant to social dialogue committees in order for them to do it themselves. Now, as Herman has rightly pointed out, right now we have logistical support. The Commission, at least DG EMPL, doesn't engage in any further than that. Now, what they're telling us to do is, and I mean, okay, we're friendly now, but they're telling two boxers in a ring to work out their differences, always agree on things, and then you organise the fight yourselves because we're too busy, and that's what's going to, and that will never work, and that's not going to really work in our view either, because the issue we have is simple, very simple things we raised recently, like taking of minutes. Whose interpretation of minutes are we going to take? Yeah, exactly. The neutral party, right? That's always the way it is. And we won't have a neutral party. We can do our best to be neutral, but we're not. I mean, my salary is paid by the trade unions, and employers' salary is paid by the employers. I mean, that's as neutral as we're going to get, unfortunately. So, just practically speaking, it's just not doable. And unfortunately, that's the approach we've had from the Commission. In recent months on the social dialogue, what I have to say has improved, I think, considerably, and improved the whole social dialogue project, I suppose, is the ability to have bilateral or smaller group connections. And this is one thing I learned during COVID. I think before COVID, we had a very structured, we still do, a very structured social dialogue. It was always, okay, we meet once a year, twice a year, we go to Brussels, we have a facilitated discussion. Now, and I think yesterday we had our aircrew social dialogue is a good example of when we all talk individually, separately, pretty much agree with our positions in advance to some extent, and then we can have an open debate. We can have an open debate in the social dialogue, but nonetheless, we're all, not all, but relatively on the same level. And there's less animosity, I would say. It doesn't solve all our problems, but nonetheless, I think what COVID has taught us is that you can pick up the phone to each other. You don't have to constantly be in friction. There is times where we will be. That's the nature of the business, but not always. The other challenges, again, just to reflect on Herman's comments, is the approach to regulation. So for a long time, particularly in aircrew, we've been looking for a lex specialis, effectively, something specific for aviation. We know the mobility package exists with the road transport sector. The basis of that was that they have a highly mobile workforce. It's very difficult to enforce the rules. They're very mobile. They're not as mobile as aircrew. And we're dealing with individuals who could visit 5, 6, 7 countries in a week. They may sleep in 3 of them. They work for a company based in country A, live in country B, and work in country C. So it's incredibly complex. And the traffic rights in Europe are regulated at a European level. Air safety in Europe is regulated at European level. All economic factors, passenger rights, everything, European level. The only thing not regulated at European level is social rights. Now, I think the reflection Herman made is very good. It's traditionally and inherently a very nationalistic industry. Most of our airlines come from formerly state-owned. It's a very nationalistic industry, and the social dialogue model has been built around that. Which, to be honest, I think none of our members would necessarily want it to change. I don't think anyone's going to be telling me to start negotiating collective bargaining agreements in Brussels on their behalf. But we need to strike a balance between. At least in Europe, being able to legislate and to be able to put the floor in place. I think, was it Liam that mentioned earlier, the same in Italy, you have the sectoral agreements which set that floor. Some are voluntary, but the idea is a set of floor. We should do that at European level because it ensures fair competition. It stops social dumping, and that is happening right now. I'll finish on this. I'll use the example of wet leasing, the very hot topic at the moment in the aircrew. You may be booked on Lufthansa, SAS, Swiss, flying home from Brussels. That may not be an aircraft of that airline. I'll use an example of a colleague of ours who was in, I don't know where we were, here in Paris a few weeks ago, and he was heading back to Stockholm. He was booked with SAS, and the airplane was operated with SmartLynx, which is a Latvian carrier. And that was a Latvian carrier, a Latvian crew, with a Latvian airplane, on contracts from Dubai, operating a flight on behalf of SAS from Paris to Sweden. So a much, much lower cost base. On the same trip, we had someone going to Vienna, Austrian Airlines, but the actual aircraft was Smart Wings, which is a Czech airline. And again, lower cost base. And these aren't posted workers. You're only there for a few days, if even a few days. They might only be there for one turnaround. So they're not posted. They're doing a normal duty. But exactly, where do they fall? And we have this argument about the Posted Workers Directive that, unfortunately for aviation, it's just not applicable. It's not fair to say that in a year, a worker can have full rights. Well, it depends on the country, but let's say for a year, when in reality that operation could be running for 2 years. Like Air Baltic in Switzerland, in Swiss, they have a 2-year contract, but no worker will spend more than a week a month in Switzerland. But Air Baltic aircraft, the aircraft will be there for 2 years. So it's these kind of issues we're facing at the moment, and it just goes, the Commission really, as we've been telling them, it's up to them to legislate. I think forever we'll have, and rightfully so, we'll have a national basis for collective bargaining, because every country is different, and that's the way it is, and that's the way it should remain. But how we deal with these cross-border issues is a significant challenge which we need to face in Europe.
So there are questions by the participant to our Bastian. Sorry, you are to.
No, maybe to complement a little bit the discussion.
Microphone.
From my own observation, I wanted to make maybe some observations to complement what Owen and the others were saying. I think on the social dialogue in Brussels, I think we have an issue with visibility, and that is, I think, the one of the things we're trying to improve as well here. Visibility in Brussels in terms of being seen, being involved in what's going on. And a very particular example of that was last year when during the summer the Commission was trying to bring together the industry, airports, airlines, handlers, all stakeholders, to look at what is going on in terms of operational preparation for the summer. And it took quite a bit of effort to bring the social dialogue partners in there as well. I mean, there was an ongoing discussion with the Commission. We were asked to draft a paper with our best practices, and it showed also that when we included even a reference to, how social dialogue, not even collective bargaining, but social dialogue, may help to strengthen resilience, how that was already, becoming an obstacle for IATA, for example. They were like giving an allergic reaction that was not, that basically pulled away the carpet under the whole thing. Can you imagine? But I think so. There's an issue of visibility, but at the same time, to balance that a little bit, I think also that to be more visible, also the social partners must lean in a little bit more and become more connected to the rhythm and to the dynamics within the political debate. And maybe we're sometimes a bit too much stuck on the typical social dialogue, and on the strikes and on and if you want to be part of the game, you must maybe dance along a little bit more to feel the rhythm and be more part of the ongoing discussions. That is the other observation I would have, that sometimes if there's a broader discussion, when the social partner comes in, or maybe the trade union, no offense, but I mean, everybody sits back and waits because they know what's coming. It's a bit too predictable, and that's just an encouragement to, So that is maybe how I see the Commission proposal. Getting back to your question, if we need to do more ourselves, well, maybe it forces you to lean in a little bit more, and maybe it forces you to be a bit more visible, to sell your game, and to be more. So that is an observation. Pros and cons I see there. Thank you.
Someone want to intervene or ask questions to our hosts? If not, I give the floor to Nicola Conturis. Marco, sorry.
Sorry.
We have 5 minutes.
I will take a second. Just because the issue of posting was mentioned, so you don't think you would like to argue that posting rules should apply to these people as as a goal?
I would argue that we should have posted rules applied. The problem we have is that the structure of posting is designed around basically fixed workers or workers in a fixed location. It's much more difficult, and we had this issue with road. Much more difficult to declare a worker posting if they're highly mobile. Now, there's also a question around the work. How would I describe it? The airline's ability to actually declare someone posting, because what we're finding happening is that and this is an aviation problem, we think it's all just one big airspace. EU is just the EU. But the A1 form, for example, very basic administrative requirement, is consistently not done. So there's posting is outside the scope of, at least mentally speaking, of airlines. They just don't see it. It's not a thing. And what we've had debates, and thankfully, actually, in fairness to all social dialogues, including Europe's favourite airline, have agreed that we do need to look at posting and how it can be applied to aircrew. But the reality is, I think the framework's fine, but the time frames are the problem. And this is a labour law problem, we always have the focus on the individual. So you have an individual case, if you go to court, it's an individual case. It's rarely some kind of economic model that we're fighting. We can't fight. It's not a thing. However, if you look at the case I mentioned of Air Baltic in Switzerland, those workers are just operating a normal duty in their roster for 1 week, but the economic impact of Air Baltic's operation is the equivalent to posted workers. It's the equivalent, but they're not posted workers. I mean, could you post an airplane maybe? I don't know. But the workers themselves aren't there long enough to be considered. They're posted, but they're not there to gain any of the benefits of the Posted Workers Directive. So we feel it needs to be, at least for us, I mean, it's not universal. We think we're important, but we're not that important. It's useful for many sectors. But as well, I think those kind of nuanced approach, and that we don't, aviation works around seasons, for example. We have 2 seasons in the year, as declared by IATA. Do we look at it from a seasonal perspective? If they're there for a season, that's fair game. If it's more than a season, okay, well now you're effectively a permanent worker in the country. So these kind of questions have to be addressed, and I think for us, posting needs to adapt to the model. Because the model is just not going to adapt to posting,
Thank you. Extremely interesting discussion. So what I would like to do as a discussant is, if anything, to come up with a few points that can continue to encourage this exchange. So allow me to do this, but before doing so, I would like to say what an amazing event, what an amazing project. Not only has identified in a crystal clear way, a number of very important dynamics that have been taking place in a very interesting sector. I mean, you've been very modest about the importance of your sector, but the project is also offering, I think, a rather coherent narrative to understand how these individual dynamics are really shaping the sector. A sector that is in transition, that is undergoing a lot of change, and that has been going through tumultuous years, that has gained something from crisis, it has been undergoing important phases of restructuring, and I think we all have to take, we will all take very, very seriously the reports that will be produced and learn from them. I think a lot of what you have identified may apply to other sectors, and in terms of the importance of social dialogue, and also managing future challenges, which is the topic of this particular session. I would like to make a few remarks, if I may, but as an attempt to promote a bit more this interesting discussion. The first remark that I would like to make is that there is, as I'm sure a lot of you know, a spectre haunting Europe. There's many spectres, and we all have our own. But the one that I'm alluding to is austerity. Now, a lot of the positive developments that you have mentioned that have taken place in the past few years have happened on the back of some substantial amount of public intervention in terms of funding. You have alluded to a number of schemes, quite costly schemes. There has been a loosening of state aid legislation that has allowed for national public spending in certain sectors, those affected by COVID. Never spoil a good crisis, as you were saying before. But there is now a sense that this kind of phase might have peaked, to put it. We need to rein in public debt, that there's this discourse taking place again, that the suspension of certain parts of the Stability Pact, well, that was an interesting thing for a couple of years, but let's be serious again. And you hear this being discussed not just in Brussels, but in European capitals. Okay? Partly linked to that, this idea of peak public spending is an idea of politics are changing. We're approaching an important political phase in terms of the renewal of a number of European institutions, the Parliament first and foremost, next year, Council, several member states, elections. Some member states are electing governments that are perhaps less keen in terms of furthering social Europe, delivering more out of the social pillar. Okay, so I think there is this question, there's this spectre hanging over Europe, but also over your sector, and I would like to know to what extent this is likely to have an impact on it. But at the same time, I would like to stress that there are some countervailing forces, because it may well be, worst case scenario, some austerity, no more European directives in the social field. What's been done, it's been done. But some directives have been approved, and you mentioned several times, directly or indirectly, the Adequate Minimum Wages Directive, which is also a collective bargaining directive. And this is not about recommendations or guidelines. There's Article 4.2 that talks about having action plans at a national level to develop collective bargaining up to an 80% coverage. Okay? So these are provisions contained in a directive that will have to be implemented. These are seeds that have been sown, and eventually we'll need to put our act together, all those here, unions, employers, member states. We have an obligation to deliver on this. And my question here is, okay, there is this recommendation, draft recommendation, soft law. Picked up some critical nuances in terms of what can be achieved in the current phase through this instrument, but this will have to interact with an instrument that is a strong instrument, has been adopted, is binding at a national level. My question is, how can these two levels interact? You have a hard national instrument, you have a soft social dialogue, supranational instrument. How can the two interact? Is there an opportunity there to make the two work in unison? The third point, and it's the final point, we need a crisis. I think you're right. I mean, your sector has been shaped by crisis. By competition, different types of competition, both fair and unfair, certain business models that have undermined other business models and have transformed the sector, let's be clear. Process of amalgamation that have happened and alliances that have flourished. We have now different types of employers than we did 2 decades ago. But this has also allowed for a certain degree of recentralization of collective bargaining, which was not something to be given for granted. COVID, the crisis. Okay. Now, if you want a crisis, There's one taking place at the moment, and it's the just transition, the climate crisis and the just transition. And I wanted to ask you, how can this crisis perhaps shape the sector? I mean, Fausta has spoken about the exposure to the great transformation prompted by the twin transition, but this is a very polite, nice, and sophisticated way to talk about ways we should go to address what is a climate crisis. So I'll stop there. These 3 points, I hope they can encourage a further short discussion. I think we have a few more minutes, but not too many. Thank you.
I can be suitably provocative to start the rest of the conversation, So, firstly, on state aid, well, 2 things. There's a lot of talk about state aid, but a reminder that the vast, vast majority went to airlines. And this was something we were quite critical of. I mentioned earlier about that food chain with airlines at the top. But funnily enough, state aid did not make it down that food chain. I remember speaking with ground handlers and also with ACI in the middle of the crisis, and at one point I found myself lobbying for ground handlers because I realised that if they don't get any money, then my members aren't getting any money, and that was the reality of the situation. So there was hundreds of millions spent on state aid, but very little of that was given to airports and to ground handlers. The other thing is, and we advocated it for it was conditionality. And I also find it very interesting when you compare the US. So I think it was the CARES Act the US introduced during COVID, had conditionality attached to it. You must maintain, at least the first package, you must maintain the workforce. They don't have the same problems we have now. And we called for that at European level, at national level, and it was ignored, universally ignored. And now we're in a situation we're in now. And interestingly, if you look at those countries, this is maybe anecdotal, but if you look at those countries where you had good short-time work schemes, like Spain, for example, or even Italy. Well, Italy's a bit different because they had a few bankruptcies, but Spain is a good example. The whole of Northern Europe went to Spain last summer, and Italy and Greece. Greece had an increase in the number of traffic compared to 2019, but the delays in the airports were in Amsterdam, they were in Dublin, they were in Manchester, they were in London. They weren't in Malaga, Alicante, Palma. So you have to ask that question, okay, if the workforce is maintained as it was in Spain, the airports as it was in the US, the conditionality was applied to that mechanism, things would have been different. Very quickly, because I won't take up all the time, on the minimum wage directive, I think, look, we have we have a very highly unionised workforce in aviation compared to other sectors. Nonetheless, I think there is countries that, like Ireland, for example, where it's not mandatory to have collective bargaining, social dialogue. This will be a massive help. Also, there are airlines actively avoiding unionisation, such as Wizz Air. And that is also another issue that hopefully we can use this directive. And then lastly, on the climate crisis, it's a difficult one for us. Funnily enough, our members, we got together and agreed that the introduction of things like railway replacement for ultra short flights might not be that bad. So I think, this is trade unions are of the left, so it's slightly different perspective to many that are working in this field or commenting in this field. But I think one of the concerns we have, firstly, we fully support any initiative to decarbonise the sector. We have to do it. If we don't, we're in serious trouble, not just as an industry, but as a society. But the issue we have is that with the increase in the regulatory cost, we're concerned that there will begin a competition of cost. And of the largest costs in the aviation sector, labour is usually the only variable. You have regulatory costs, which are fixed effectively, and you have fuel costs, which are not necessarily fixed, but much harder to control. Labour costs are, to some extent, variable through collective bargaining, and our fear is that this increase in regulatory costs will impact that. And that brings me obviously to the point of pricing. people probably should be paying more for flights. People are paying a lot of money for flights right now, and airlines are having record profits. So it goes back to the old adage of, you know, sharing the gain. But I'll leave it at that for now because it could go on for days.
Employer organization want to react to the question to?
As I'm not a specialist, I don't want to have the closing word. I think the industry changes, of course, and also social dialogue is changing, and we're finding more topics where it is really interesting to talk. And when you have your collective bargaining issue, still, I think, is very much linked to company, national, group. But what we can do with social dialogue is try to cope with those new challenges more, so that we leave, you know, the collective bargaining on wages and as a separate thing, and maybe less necessary to go into deep bargaining. And we can, I think there's recognition that like the topics that we handle now, mental health, shortage, and so forth, if we talk about that on a regular basis, we will help finding solutions. And of course, at our level, it's European, it's not very specific and concrete, but still, it can also help the local and the national people to find solutions and to work towards that. So these topics like eco and decarbonization, it's not in my particular topic in what I do, but it was interesting when I was in Paris to hear, or somewhere else yesterday also, to hear that, hey, this is going to cost the airlines much more. What is the effect on social? And when we can talk about that, we can learn about the things that keep people concerned, and maybe by talking about it, we can maybe try to find solutions. But indeed, we should have less burdens and less financial pressures on airlines, because the profits, nevertheless, have never been to those magnitudes of people that sell pills against headaches. So let's keep it there. But I think it's good to have these discussions, because we will, by doing so, hopefully more anticipate other issues. Maybe a small thought. Thank you.
Just shortly, because from the Italian perspective, one of the things you were talking about is the retention of work. So Owen was talking about the CARES Act, and in Italy, trade unions succeeded in having a period in which you could not lay off people. So this was something that is important to keep, I think, and to because this helped the sector not to fall apart. And okay, that's right, there were bankruptcies, but these were from before. Let's say not really related to COVID. So this is and on the decarbonization and what we are doing also at a very small level, I think all airports should really work on electrifying everything on the ground. And this is still an ongoing. I know that many airports are getting into it. It's not going to solve the problem. But if on the ground you don't have diesel going on, pumping all the time, or everything outside the APU, or the GSC, I mean, if it's like grounded and with electrical, this could also be of some help. And also the fact of the connections from airports with trains. I mean, we need to work on it, for sure.
That is the topic for me. Is airlines are airlines, trains are trains, buses are buses, and they don't talk to each other.
Maybe a bit of a holistic view. I think that the sustainability debate used to be about the license to grow of aviation, and now it is more becoming about the license to operate, really the fundamentals. There is higher regulatory cost coming, and I think everybody sees that coming, the big investments needed. But what we see is that this will actually have an impact on demand. So there will be less flights because airlines will have higher costs. Yes, they are calling for higher ticket prices, but at some point they will focus their planes on where they can earn the most revenues to pass on these costs. So what we are concerned about is that this will have an impact on regional airlines and regional connectivity in Europe. So I think that is why, again, the social partners should maybe try to be more visible, and especially here, not close their eyes and talk only about social issues, but also take the bigger picture view and really get in sync and get into the debate. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to ask something? Yeah.
Just a little comment to the idea of. Ooh, yeah. So the idea of centralization and talking about the problems in the EU or in this room, I like the point that Southern Europe have done something different than Northern Europe. So if we centralize our talks here, we have to be very careful what we talk about. Because I think that centralizing a crisis like COVID would have been a huge disaster, because the Commission would have, or the EU would have put immense financial constraints on the industry, and we would have had to pay for it for quite a while. I'm actually quite happy that it was a decentralized one, and the countries sort of answered for themselves almost, and that we have a local agreement about bargaining, because otherwise we would have had the problems in whole of Europe right now, at least in my area with ATC, because they would have put financial constraints on closing down the business, not thinking like the Southern Europe that we need them, because we have a tourist industry that has to work in 2 or 3 or 4 years. So we have to be very careful what we sort of talk about at the central level, and what we continue to have decentralized. I think that's my point. So the decarbonization, probably a centralized, but we have to have the discussion about what needs to be discussed where. The goal of, or at least most of what the European Union wants, is market, and in my experience, most of what the European Union promote, sometimes decide, is much more influenced by the idea behind low-cost carriers than the idea of sustainable aviation industry. So we have to be a little bit careful what we delegate to the central and what we not delegate to the central, because if a central decision will cost us all, and a decentralized decision is sometimes better, because it takes the local conditions into consideration. Yeah, I think that was the words to that discussion. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think that this fourth panel is finished. I thank you all for your interesting intervention, and I give the floor to Michael Doherty for the conclusive remark of this conference, viral conference. Please, Michael.
I assume the applause is for me rather than from the panelists. That's okay. Okay, so it's 5:20. It's been a long day. So I only have 27 slides to show you. No. I respect human rights, so I will be brief. I mean, one of the things about summing up at this point is I've made some notes throughout the day, but nothing that I'm going to say hasn't been said already. So there's no point in me elongating this. The first thing I would say, which was where Tom started, I think at 9:32 this morning, perhaps, is, the title of this is Lessons to be Learned. It's unusual to find somebody from Ireland quoting Winston Churchill, but he did say you should never let a good crisis go to waste. And like what Tom said earlier, I have to confess I'm a little bit worried that lessons haven't been learned. And I think the most important lesson I would take from this project is we really need to learn the lessons of what happened, and quickly. I know Herman said lessons have been learned over time, but I think we need to learn these ones a little bit more quickly than previously. Secondly, the representative from the Commission earlier said, during COVID, the state was back, and we've discussed a lot about state aid and so on. And the wage subsidies and support schemes were absolutely vital for the sector. Everybody will tell us that. But of course, we have seen in recent weeks the General Court annulling some decisions around state aid. And it comes back to a point, I think, that Pierre from the Danish employers made earlier today, which is a lot of the state aid, it seems to me, and I have to say this here, I'm talking with my personal hat on rather than maybe with my project hat on, a lot of the state aid was in this old mindset of supporting the flag carrier, and Steen mentioned specifically the flag carrier. And I would argue, as Pierre did earlier, that that's just not appropriate anymore. That if state aid is to be given, and it should be given, and it should have been given in the form of the wage subsidies, etc., but it shouldn't be to shore up political ideologies that may or may not be appropriate for these times, and certainly this sector in this moment. That, as I say, that's a personal rather than project. I'll get back to the project. So, and I will come back to very briefly to conditionality in a second. I think what we found in the project, I think it is fair to say, is that where the state and the social partners implemented measures jointly, generally speaking, that did produce better outcomes. Now, it's probably a predictable thing to say given the makeup of this group and where we're located and so on. But I think what we would like to suggest from the project is, well, could this social dialogue approach, how could it be supported into the future, and why should it be supported? I just want to talk briefly about airports, because we spoke a lot about those today. One of the very kind of small findings, but one that really intrigues me is, and this may be short term, but right now what we're seeing is a big resurgence in tourism air traffic, but not a big resurgence in business traffic. Now, this has if this is a longer term trend, and it probably is, because how many of our discussants joined us remotely today? Okay? 5 years ago, they would have been on a plane to Brussels, or we would have asked somebody else who would have got a plane to Brussels, but they joined us remotely. So this has implications for legacy airlines in particular. SAS being a classic example of, when I think of SAS, I think of a businessman getting on the plane at Copenhagen and so on. It also has profound implications for airports, because we see, and the economics package team were able to show this quite clearly, that the growth is in so-called secondary airports, the ones that serve the tourist hubs, and that low-cost carriers have a big presence in. So that is fundamental. The nature of the airport experience and the importance of different types of airports in the sector is crucial. So I think that's where we should start. Absolutely, that's where we should start, because airports are public infrastructure. At the end of the day, they cannot exist without public support. And this was a comment by an airline that has been mentioned once or twice today that has a base in Ireland and so on. But one comment made was, when I spoke to said airline, was that, well, look, last summer, no matter how efficient we were, Dublin Airport couldn't handle the traffic, because they'd let ground staff go, they'd let security staff take redundancy. It's on good terms, so we're happy for Tom and others. But and so there was a kind of a slow realization of the interconnectedness here, that the airport is the ecosystem. Nothing can happen without the airport. So I think that's where, and as Owen rightly said, a lot of the workers who are so crucial in the airport are towards the bottom of this value chain, or this chain, and that is where I think sectoral approaches can work and should work. To take wages out of competition, and you solve two issues. One, you solve the issues of unattractive working conditions, but two, you also solve the issues of competition, and this again was mentioned to me. The airlines and the airports are competing for these workers in where we have labour shortages. I'm not talking about the pilots and the aircrew, obviously, but other employees. The example of Schiphol is perfect in this regard, because airports also include third parties, and we need to bring those into this this discussion of the ecosystem as well. How can this be done? Well, it comes back to the actors. The academics can sit back and write our reports and say, there you go, we'll tell you what to do, but it does come down to the actors. And some of our findings were a little bit mixed in this regard. With the unions, we did find in a number of countries inter-union competition. It's difficult enough, as Owen and others have said, it's difficult enough in this industry to try and coordinate when the capital and the employers are so mobile. But one very important factor is the legacy airlines establishing these low-cost subsidiaries. So, whatever, SAS Connect and SAS. It's vital that the unions at least coordinate in that space and present a common front. In terms of the employers, again, I live on an island in the west of Europe. Okay, next stop, New York. So there are very few ways to get off that island. One of them, increasingly, is via our friends in blue and yellow, who have been mentioned a number of times today. Just bear in mind, in terms of where we started, Steen presented three kind of ideal types of the traditional, almost Nordic model of industrial relations, the wasteland with no collective bargaining, no social dialogue, and what he termed IR light in the middle. And just like in 2017, Ryanair is in the wasteland, right? No collective bargaining, no this, no that. Whereas right now, it recognises and bargains with unions in each of our member states. It does offer direct employment, as Liam said, in many more circumstances than previously. So that there is a somewhat drop in reliance on self-employed pilots, for example. And again, an interesting factor that came up in the interview was Ryanair had been in a position of insisting all of its labour contracts were governed by Irish law, which is rather permissive, okay? Under pressure from unions, from the Commission as well, in fairness. That position had started to change and was accelerating just as COVID hit. And it actually it was really helpful to the airline when all of these subsidy schemes and all of the different member states kicked in, that people's contracts were not governed by Irish law, because it would have been a logistical nightmare to apply Irish law to the ERTE scheme in Spain or whatever. So I suppose what I'm saying is there are beneficial constraints always for employers. We just have to work harder to kind of emphasise the ones that we think are best. There is, of course, a fundamental argument that what COVID showed is who is an essential worker? Well, it's the person who loads your bag or who cleans the airport, or so there's a wider argument there as well. But generally speaking, when you're talking about next quarter's profits, you need to focus in on these kind of harder arguments. In terms of the states, I think what we found is it was disappointing, to put it mildly, that conditionality was not attached to a lot of the state supports. For Ryanair to be one of the main beneficiaries from the Danish state of the reduction in airport charges is irony writ large, given the history there. So there should have been more conditionality. When the likes of Ireland and Greece and other countries got their money in 2008, there were a lot of conditionalities attached from the Commission, and we probably would like to see that. But bear in mind, it's been mentioned, the Adequate Minimum Wage Directive, the Platform Directive, the guidelines on solo self-employed collective bargaining. I think Liam said probably the best way in countries like Ireland, for sure, to address bogus self-employment is through collective bargaining, and we do have increasing tools. I know, as Nicholas said, that the composition of the institutions will change, but right now we have these things. and we need to use them as much as we can. But the last point, and it's really an obvious point, and it's quite fundamental. There are lots of practical reasons why we might support a more sectoral social dialogue type approach, but obviously the existential one is the climate crisis. I think Liam put it exactly correctly. The days of never-ending growth in aviation are finished. I mean, they are over. So what we have to do now is consider, well, how are we going to address the just transition for workers, but also the environmental crisis itself in terms of the aviation sector. That is not something that can be done at company level, no matter how big or powerful or entertaining the CEO is. You can't do that, by arriving 5 minutes ahead of schedule and playing a little jingle. You need some kind of centralised approach for that. The implementation, for sure, can't be centralised. It can't be totally top down. It has to be decentralised. But the objectives and the aims and the overall purpose, I think, has to be at some sort of higher level. And that is, as I say, that's something that can't wait. We can't wait to learn that lesson. Quite literally, the clock is ticking. Okay, I've 1 minute to say my thank yous, because that's all I'm going to say on the topic. So I just, because this is the close of the conference, I wanted just to thank our hosts at the European Economic and Social Committee, particularly Michael Heaslip, who was here all day. I notice he's now gone. He was trying to track down wallets. He was trying to get us lunch. He was trying to get us cup for water. So many thanks to him. Many thanks to all of our discussants, guests and speakers, those who travelled and those who joined us virtually. It's been absolutely vital for us because we're not quite finished yet. So in terms of our final reports for the Commission, and which we will, I'm sure, circulate to you, we need to build in what we've learned today, which has been considerable. I have about 7 pages of notes, so our minutes will be long, Owen, contested, but long, And finally, just on a personal level, can I say a very big thanks to my viral partners and colleagues and now friends. I'd like to thank in particular Antonella, who makes sure we get checked in on time, that we take our correct seats, even make sure we get fed on the plane when we're so thank you very much, Antonella, for everything over the last couple of years. And genuinely, I mean, this has been one of the, so I'm going to murder some metaphors now. This has been one of the least turbulent research projects I have worked on. And that's because of the constant availability of life vests from my friends and colleagues. And one thing about this project group is that we don't take that advice, attend to your own mask before helping others. It's very much help others first and then look after yourself afterwards. So very grateful to all of my colleagues for such a wonderful experience. And that, I think, is that. So thank you very much, and have a lovely weekend.